Awesome. Good day, everyone. I want to share with you some exciting information. By joining this symposium, you'll be connected with participants from about 150 cities around the globe. Just to name a few, from Sydney, Australia to College Station, Texas, from Sao Paulo, Brazil to Dhaka, Bangladesh, from Dehradun, India to Nur Sultan, Kazakhstan, from Chongqing, China to Lagos, Nigeria, from Johor Bahru, Malaysia to Stavanger, Norway, we have participants from most corners of the world. We're here in St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada. I'm Salim Ahmed, a member of the Center for Risk, Integrity and Safety Engineering that we call CRISE, and associate professor in the Department of Process Engineering at Memorial University. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the 5th CRISE Symposium on Pandemic Risk to Safety and Integrity of Process Operations. It is for our kind notice that this program is being streamed live and being recorded. So your audio and video inputs, comments, presentations will all be available in the public domain through YouTube and CRISE website. I would like to introduce Mr. John Duff, who will be the technical lead to run the program. John.
Hey, folks. I'm going to speak into a different microphone than I'm in here. Welcome. Today we'll be using our main piece for our Q&A off to the side. You should see I've posted a question there. Please use Ask All Panelists to ask a question. That'll make sure that everyone on the screen gets the question, and that anytime during our presentation, feel free to send a question in, and they will be addressed during the Q&A session at the end of the event, or at the end of the presentation. Sorry. Back to you, Salim.
About the format of today's symposium, this opening ceremony ends at 11. From 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., we'll have 4 talks by our invited speakers. Starting at 1 p.m., we'll have a panel discussion by our expert panelist. A Q&A session will follow, and today's symposium will end at 2:30 p.m. Newfoundland time. Today's theme is Incidences and Lessons Learned from the COVID-19 pandemic. Historian Albert Marin ended his famous book on the influenza pandemic of 1918 with the optimistic quote, and I quote, "When the next pandemic comes, as it surely will someday, perhaps we'll be ready to meet it." Unquote. Unfortunately, we're not ready to meet the COVID-19 pandemic simply because we didn't learn from the other pandemics. We must learn from this pandemic. We're afraid, and we can continue to be worried. However, that won't take us anywhere. As the great scientist, Madame Marie Curie said, and I quote, nothing in life is to be feared. It is only to be understood. Now is the time to understand more so that we may fear less, unquote. Every one of us has a role in understanding the current abnormal situation. This symposium is just an effort to give a platform to all of us to come together and share our knowledge and understanding. With this note, I would like to invite Dr. Faisal Khan to welcome the participants on behalf of CRISE. Dr. Khan is the founder and director of CRISE, professor in the Department of Process Engineering and Associate Dean Graduate Studies in the Faculty of Engineering and Applied Science at Memorial University. Dr. Khan.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Salim. A very good morning to you all from It's given me a great honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 5th CRISE Virtual Symposium. While it is in morning hour in our host city of St. John's, Newfoundland, I understand we have colleagues joining us from different time zones. Thank you all for keeping us in So I'm deeply thankful for all of you for taking time and joining us and learning together. The impact of this global pandemic. I recall it is 364 days since we at Memorial University entered in lockdown. We continue to serve our students and community safely while maintaining one of the lowest caseloads globally. While the pandemic has shattered our normal life, it has also equally provided us with the opportunity to break barriers and fast forward our learning and innovations. As Dr. Ahmed mentioned, that we fail to learn and adapt to the situation. This is another time for us to be able to stand together and learn. I'm not an expert in epidemiology. However, in the last 14 months, I have read and learned so much about it, realizing that I hardly touched the surface of this important field. What intrigued me the most are the common element between the industrial safety and risk management and the epidemiologic risk management. There's so much of commonality in the learn and practices to be adopted that we could learn, enrich our experiences by adopting different approaches. We are here together to discuss the very same, what we have learned and how this learning will define our actions. We also will share today how our knowledge and experience have guided our actions in managing this pandemic. Today, morning sessions, we will have experts from industry and academia sharing their experience and knowledge. Their expertise will enrich our understanding and perhaps make us to be robust in adopting them. Later in the day, we'll have panel discussions where experts will discuss and debate approaches to manage the industrial operations in evolving conditions such as we are witnessing now. Lessons learned through this pandemic will prepare us to be resilient in our design and operation, which is a common goal for all of us, and we will achieve it together. I take this opportunity to thank our partners, the Canada Newfoundland Labrador Offshore Petroleum Board, known as CNLOPB, Lloyd's Register, and India's Shiv Nadar University for providing the required support to enable this event. We wouldn't be here today. It was not for the CRI Steering Committee, which comprises of colleagues from industry, government, and regulatory agencies. The committee has guided us on every step, and this has played a critical role in shaping this two-day event which we are witnessing now. I feel proud to say the CRI Symposium belongs to Dr. Salim Ahmed, whom we just heard, and Angela Doyle, whom we are not seeing here on the panel, but working on the background, who serves as the CRI's administrators. They have been front and center in organizing this event. Thank you for being there and enabling this week's event. Finally, a big thanks to the working group that includes my learned colleagues and friends, Dr. Samit Imtiaz, Dr. Susan Keynes, Dr. Talibron, Mohammed Sanjin Amin, and Mohammed Yazdi, and other CRI's members for their tireless work. Thank you, John, for being here and making this operation so smooth. With this note, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Mr. Scott Hessier, CEO, CNLOPB, Dr. Neil Bose, Vice President Research, Memorial University, and Dr. Rupa Manjari Ghosh, Vice Chancellor, Shiv Nadar University, whom we'll be listening in a few minutes. I do recognize that it's the evening for Dr. Ghosh, and I sincerely appreciate she taking time out in joining us. Once again, thank you all for joining us. I'll be around and will continue talking to you. Thank you again. Dr. Salim, back to you.
Thanks, Dr. Khan. Just for everyone's note that this program is being streamed live through our CRISE YouTube channel. So if you have technical difficulties with WebEx, YouTube remains another option. And you can find all the links in the CRISE website. Now I would like to invite Dr. Neil Bose, Vice President Research at Memorial University, to greet the participants on behalf of the university. Dr. Bose.
Thank you, Salim, and thank you, Dr. Khan. Good morning, everyone. I appreciate the invitation to join you at the start of this symposium, and I know that there's a full agenda with international collaborators sharing expertise about extremely important areas of research. To those joining us from here in Newfoundland and around the world, I welcome you all virtually to Memorial University. It is incredibly fitting for Memorial to once again host this symposium. Located along the eastern edges of North America, we are uniquely positioned in one of the harshest maritime environments in the world. This environment has shaped who we are and what we do for generations. With more than 40% of our research at Memorial ocean-related, our teams of researchers and graduate students are at the forefront of ocean innovation. In fact, Memorial is the only Canadian university ranked as one of the best post-secondary institutions in the world for the study of marine ocean engineering, and Memorial ranks 36 for that subject in the Shanghai Rankings 2020 Academic Ranking of World Universities. As a founding partner of the Ocean Frontier Institute, Memorial is also helping lead critical research exploring the ecosystems of the North Atlantic and Canadian Arctic Gateway to discover innovative solutions that strengthen the economy and protect the environment. We are extremely proud of our international leadership and strong collaborations in oceans-related research. I'm confident that you will learn more about that work during this symposium. This past year has been challenging on so many levels. We're all navigating through very strange times. And in spite of being in the midst of a global pandemic, I'm inspired by researchers just like you who remain so committed to research studies and work. We may not be able to travel and attend symposia in person right now, but online technology helps bring our world much closer. Together we can push the boundaries of knowledge, think big and innovate. Your work as scientists, engineers, industry leaders and emerging scholars is incredibly important to the areas of safety and risk engineering, now more than ever. There are lessons to be learned and new insight and experiences to share. I encourage you all to do just that during this event. Take the time to listen and connect with one another. Before I close, I want to congratulate Dr. Hahn and his organizing team for once again assembling a stellar lineup of experts and discussions. I wish you much luck during the week. Thanks once again for the invitation to be here. I'll now pass the proceedings back to Dr. Hahn.
Thanks, Dr. Bose. We're facing a global crisis, and solution to the problem requires a global effort. Shiv Nadar University of India kindly agreed to partner with us in this event. Now I would like to invite Dr. Rupa Manjari Ghosh, Vice Chancellor of Shiv Nadar University, for her opening remarks. Dr. Ghosh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salim Ahmed. Dr. Faisal Khan, Dr. Lynn Bosch. I'm really pleased that Shiv Nada University is partnering with Memorial University in this two-day virtual symposium on pandemic risk to safety and integrity of process operation. When Professor J.P. Gupta of our university first told me about it, I agreed, though it's an awkward time for us, it's in the evening, but it's so nice and refreshing to be with all of you. I welcome this international audience and thank the organizers. Let me take a couple of minutes to highlight my university, the Shiv Nada University. I wish we could truly partner and host you on the campus. Since the pandemic is not allowing us to do that, and probably most of you have never heard of us, I thought I'll just take a few minutes to say why we decided to partner with you on this. We are a truly multidisciplinary private university. It's a philanthropic initiative by our founder, Mr. Shiv Nada, who is the founder of HCL, so those of you know. So we are in a very comfortable situation where philanthropy in this sector is new in India, but all our ambitious programs could be actually could take off in the short span of only 10 years. What we have a curriculum which is fully multidisciplinary, and I keep saying it's no longer STEM, the science, technology, engineering, mathematics that's going to propel innovation in this century. In the next century, we have to add an extra A, STEAM, not STEM, but STEAM. That A standing for maybe art and design, but even the E, I would probably say that it stands for enterprise. That's what our curriculum is. We are extremely research and innovation focused. Even undergraduates are involved in research. We have an incubator on campus funded by the Government of India. And last week has been actually quite remarkable. We have been recognized as one of the very few institutions of eminence by the Government of India. So last week we signed, excuse me, the contract for that. The institution of eminence puts a big responsibility on our head to become really an institution of eminence. It goes very much with our initial thought, the vision with which this university was actually founded. It's also very pragmatic, it's a poignant moment for us because this is 10th year of our existence. Now, the 9th year last year went in an unprecedented way. The pandemic really forced us to rethink, reimagine, re-strategize in a never heard of way. And resilience and foresight, I would say, have seen us through. As they say, I think it is a quote from Churchill, never waste a good crisis. So I think we sort of jumped forward by quite a few years, forced maybe by the situation. But as you talk about incidences and lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, what I see is collaboration or sharing is the way forward. National, international, industry, academia, private, public. And your conference, your symposium is actually a good big step to that direction. My greeting to the steering committee of the Center for Risk, Integrity and Safety Engineering, CRISE. Now, when I read the acronym RISE, it reminded me of a recent international symposium we organized by the Federation of Chambers, the biggest one, in which I co-chaired the Higher Education Committee. This was our annual higher education symposium. We talked about higher education at 2030, and it was named RISE. There, the RISEs, it stood for resilience, innovation, sustainability, and enterprise. I think all these words have become really meaningful thanks to the pandemic, what it taught us. So we are not wasting a good crisis. We'll make all the challenges turn into opportunities. And thank you again for having us participate in this journey. And I'm looking forward to the deliberations in the symposium. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Ghosh. Organizing an event like this is not possible without external support. We're fortunate to get continuous support from government organizations, regulatory authorities, as well as local and global industries. The Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Offshore Petroleum Board, CNLOPB, is one of our key partners. CNLOPB provides us the support, encouragement, and inspiration for organizing the CRISE conferences. Now I would like to request Mr. Scott Tessier, Chief Executive Officer of CNLOPB, to welcome the participants. Mr. Tessier.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. For those who are unfamiliar, the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Offshore Petroleum Board is the independent arm's-length regulator for offshore oil and gas activity in this part of the world. On behalf of the CNLOPB, I'd like to extend our warm welcome and to thank you all for joining this symposium. Thank you as well to CRISE, to the organizing committee, to our fellow sponsors, and to all of our presenters. The CNLOPB and CRISE have enjoyed a productive partnership for several years. We greatly appreciate their commitment and their outstanding contributions to offshore safety, which undoubtedly will continue over the next couple of days and beyond. A little over a year ago, the realities of COVID-19 for our community and for our offshore became starkly apparent. As the regulator, our immediate questions were whether offshore drilling and production would be able to continue, and if indeed they could, should they continue in the face of this new and rapidly unfolding suite of risks. The answer to both of those questions was yes. Drilling and production were able to continue through effective measures that were quickly put in place by operators and the supply and service community to protect offshore workers by preventing the spread of COVID-19. With that in mind, and recognizing the critical importance of oil revenues to governments and to our healthcare institutions, many petroleum activities have been sustained, albeit with some deferrals and scaling back particular projects. That continued production has helped to fund the provincial and federal response to the pandemic at a time when government resources have been stretched like never before, and other government revenue sources have been constrained. At the CNLOPB, even as we shifted to working from home whenever necessary, we implemented enhanced, albeit often remote, oversight on the plans and procedures put in place by operators and others to address the risks of COVID-19. Today, I'm pleased to say that while we're by no means at the finish line, the CNLOPB is not only satisfied with the industry's response to date, it has been a model of industry communication and cooperation in the identification and mitigation of risk. Operators have been proactive and effective, sharing with one another and the regulator while following the letter and the spirit of public health direction and advice, implementing pre-offshore rotation, isolation, and screening protocols, and using other preventative measures necessary to protect workers in transit to and on board offshore facilities. As a result, as of today, no worker on a facility in our offshore area has tested positive for COVID-19. Over the past year, I've also been proud to serve as chair of the International Regulators Forum, which is a collection of the offshore safety regulators from 11 countries. As a result of sustained online collaboration with this group, we've been able to share information and best practices throughout the pandemic with our international colleagues. Regulators from around the world continue to closely monitor the risks arising from COVID-19. In addition to our oversight of current measures to protect workers, we're closely watching the industry's response to the downturn that's resulted from low oil prices. We're particularly concerned about any potential negative effects that could develop from decreased or deferred levels of attention in areas such as preventative and corrective maintenance, training, and competency. These safety critical measures must not be compromised. The resilience of the industry and public confidence depend on it. The industry is also faced with challenges such as emissions reduction and the energy transition. And at the same time, it's transforming, hopefully in a positive way through digitalization. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's discussion on this important topic and how it can play a key role in the resiliency of offshore operations. Though we've proven relatively successful in containing the pandemic to date, like other jurisdictions, Newfoundland and Labrador is now in a race between infections and inoculations, between vaccinations and variants. Life after COVID is hopefully coming into focus, but when you're in a race, you don't stop running when you see the finish line, no matter how exhausted you are, and especially when that race has been a marathon. It's important that we all continue to do our part by continuing to follow public health advice, supporting one another, adhering to all preventative measures, and by getting vaccinated. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. I look forward to the interesting presentations and opportunities for interaction throughout the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Tessier. We're nearing the end of the opening ceremony. Again, I would like to thank all the speakers in this opening ceremony for their remarks. Just to remind you that we have 4 presentations followed by today's panel discussion. For our participants, at the end of each talk, there will be options for Q&A. You can type your questions through the Q&A panel, and we'll try to reach you with the answers. Just to remind you also that in today's symposium, the main point is lessons learned. So that theme will be repeated again and again. As Frank Sonnenberg said, lessons in life will be repeated until they are learned. So if you fail to learn, this type of pandemic and other crises will come again and again. So this gives us an opportunity to learn and share our knowledge. So we'll have our first talk set in 2.5 minutes. So by the time we set up the talk, we have a little break of 2 minutes. Thank you for joining, and we'll come back in 2 minutes.
And Dr. Garg, I've passed you the presenter if you want to try starting up your screen sharing while we're waiting.
Salim, are we offline now?
Oh, we can't go offline once we're going. Sorry. We're online for the day.
Good.
Excellent. Got that on this side?
Yeah, John, it's clear?
Yep, that's good for us, and we can hear you good and clear too. I'll put it back to Salim to introduce you.
All right.
Our first speaker today is Dr. Satyaprasad Garg, Advisor, Gas Authority India Limited. Dr. Garg is a fire protection and safety engineer with a doctorate in safety management system and over 36 years of experience in the oil and gas industry. He is a fellow member of the Institute of Engineers, Kolkata. Dr. Garg is a former corporate head and executive director, HSE, Gas Authority India Limited. He is a co-chairman of FICCI Committee on Disaster Management, Board of Governor, National Safety Council, Mumbai, and President, Indian Society of HSE Professional. Dr. Garg is a recipient of India's President's Fire Service Medal for meritorious services. Without further continuing on his dedicated career, I would like to invite Dr. Garg to enlighten us with his thoughts and directions to manage process safety during and beyond this current pandemic. Dr. Garg.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all my friends and colleagues in Canada, Memorial University. And namaskar to all my friends and colleagues here in India, especially those who are from Shiv Nadar University. Warm welcome to this first presentation of the day, which is on the topic Prioritize Safety Management in Industry during COVID-19 era. The overview of presentation, I'll talk about the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the Indian industries, especially post-lockdown, incident during startup, the risk and challenges during startup which we have faced, which Indian industries have faced. Say little bit about the safety management system, what does it mean, and how to strengthen it during this COVID-19 time. Engineering and administrative controls to minimize the impact of COVID-19. And finally, I will conclude with the main topic that why prioritize safety management during COVID-19 times. A couple of slides about GAIL India Limited, the company which I belong to. It's the youngest Maharatna company, Maharatna status given by the GAIL of the Government of India. It was incorporated in 1984 with the vision that be the leading company in natural gas and beyond with global focus, committed to customer care, value creation for all stakeholders, and environment responsibility. And our mission is to accelerate and optimize the effective and economic use of natural gas and its fractions to the benefit of the national economy. Now, quickly, just to give an idea of what is the business scenario, what is the business profile of this organization. We are into natural gas and LPG pipelines, about 70% share of the natural gas pipelines, and we are into gas sourcing, 29 billion tons per annum of the about 60% of India's gas market is with us. We are also into petrochemicals with a capacity of 810 KTA at one of the largest gas-based plant at Pata, and another 280 KTA and a BCPL plant in Assam, that is northeast country. We are into city gas distribution. We also have subsidiaries which is called GAIL Gas Limited, and we have 10 joint venture companies through which we distribute gases through CNG, PNG, etc. Our presence is there in 62 cities. Out of 228 geographical areas, we have 62 geographical areas with us. And we are also into the E&P. We have 9 domestic blocks and 2 blocks in Myanmar, 1 shale gas asset in USA. We have overseas presence in USA, Singapore, Myanmar, China, Egypt, and we have offices in Singapore, Yangon, and Houston. We have 5 LPG plants and production capacity of 1.4 metric tons per annum of the liquid hydrocarbons. We are also into renewables. We have a wind portfolio of 118 megawatt and solar portfolio of 11 megawatt. With this brief introduction, let me come to the subject of today. I will start with the ILO statistics on the safety and the incidents, accidents all over the world. Most of us would know probably that every day we lose 7,600 people because of some occupational accidents or work-related disease, which basically accounts to 2.78 million deaths per year. It's a very huge number. In addition, we also have economic burden of poor occupational safety and health practices, which accounts to almost 4% of the GDP, world's GDP. So these numbers are really frightening. Now, under this scenario, during COVID-19, especially when the lockdown was done and post-lockdown when the industries opened up, so many incidents happened which has further aggravated the situation. Indian manufacturing sector, it's a great contributor in country's development and economy. But during this pandemic, all the operations got derailed in the manufacturing facilities. There was huge monetary losses, and over and above, it brought a lot of uncertainty in the lives of millions of skilled and unskilled laborers who were not sure about continuing of their jobs. In India, on 7th May 2020, when we opened up, we saw a spate of incidents during startup of the facilities, which had shaken the country. As one of the report published by Times Now, during the period of January 2020 to August 2020, India saw 125 number of deaths because of various incidents which happened in different parts of the country, right from Andhra Pradesh, Assam, Delhi, Gujarat, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, and so on. And so many explosions, so many fires happened during this period, which was very, very grim scenario. Now, if you look at some of the incidents, I would talk about 3 incidents which happened on the 7th of May itself, on the single day, which varied from chemical industry to pulp industry, pulp and paper industry, and thermal power plant. This was LG polymer styrene gas leakage incident, Shakti paper mill gas leakage incident in Chhattisgarh, and explosion at Neyveli lignite thermal power station. Now, question is, how did the accidents happen? Were they avoidable? Were those accidents related to lockdown or open up conditions? We'll try to look at this. When we talk about the LG polymer styrene gas leak at Vizag, Andhra Pradesh, there were so many tanks, but one of the storage tank with 1830 tons of storage of styrene, they started leaking styrene vapors early morning at about 2:42 hours of 7th May 2020. The population of 5 nearby localities, they got affected. Within the radius of 0.5 kilometer, a lot of evacuation happened. The sad part was the public siren system could not be activated, so they were taken off unaware. And in the process, 12 people lost their lives, 22 animals died, and almost 3,000 people got affected. Now, what had happened? A runaway reaction within the tank that resulted in auto-polymerization of styrene polymer, raising temperatures to the range of boiling point, which is about 145 degrees centigrade of styrene monomer, leading to vaporization and subsequent leakage of styrene gas. Now, this incident had shaken everybody, and a high-power investigation committee was formed from the Government of India. They observed, after going through the entire incident, after visiting the site, interacting with all stakeholders, that there were 21 points of gross negligence and 18 counts of violation by LG polymer plant. Now, I am not going to list out everything here, but if you look at few of the points which are quite vital connected to the process safety: improper tank temperature measurement and control system. The temperature control and measurement system was not proper. You would only be able to measure the top of the tank temperature, not knowing what is the bottom temperature. So there was a lot of lacuna here. Unscientific malpractice of switching on and off the refrigeration system of tank on daily basis. This practice is totally uncalled for and unscientific. They were switching off the refrigeration system, which was not recommended. Limited quantities of high temperature inhibitors available at site. Since there is a possibility of runaway reaction happening with the styrene monomer, so you are supposed to have certain inhibitors available at site. Inhibitors were available, but very limited quantity was available. Now, if you look at from the angle that the startup, were there any startup issues? So, couple of startup issues. No startup safety review was done, even though the industry opened after almost 1.5 months. But no pre-startup safety review was done, which is very, very essential, especially for the chemical industry or a oil and gas industry. Management followed the same SOP used under regular operation circumstances for reopening the plant post-lockdown. After reopening the unit or the industry is supposed to relook at all the SOPs, relook at all the documentation, relook at all the processes, relook at the emergency preparedness, but that was probably not done. These are findings of the report, the investigation report. So that was very unfortunate, and that is why we lost the precious lives. Now, if you talk about the Shakti paper mill toxic gas leak in Chhattisgarh, this also happened that time. The workers were cleaning a recycling chamber. After they were preparing for re-startup after the lockdown, the cleaning job was going on, and some of the workers, they were cleaning a recycling chamber. And the investigation says that there was some waste material left out in the recycling chamber before shutdown, which had given rise to the toxic gases. And as a result, 7 workers fell ill after inhaling those poisonous gases. And the plant was to be shut. Of course, plant was already shut after the prior to the lockdown, and this resulted in 7 workers falling ill. This was again avoidable situation, but since pre-checks were not done, pre-starting safety review was not thoroughly done, the processes were not examined, the competent people were not there to look at the emergency scenario possible which could arise there, and even the local authorities were not informed in advance. When the incident happened, then only they were informed. Now, the third unfortunate incident happened. This was related to the boiler blast at NLC thermal power plant in Tamil Nadu, Neyveli. This unit had a capacity of 210 megawatt each, that is 7 units were there, and almost 2,000 workers, including administration and distribution staff. The region of explosion was overheat and high pressure, which led to the explosion of outlet unit of the boiler. The good part was that the boiler is about 84 meters high, and whereas during the incident, the workers and technicians were at a height of about 32 meters. So the losses were less, but still 2 regular and 6 contract workers, they got injured during the incident, and later 5 of them, they succumbed to their injuries. Again, question comes, was it not avoidable? And in fact, 2 months later, in July, again, one more incident happened in the same plant. These are the issues which are needed to be looked at from a different perspective by the management. Whether you can afford such incidents, how much are the direct losses, how much are the indirect losses. So we have to ponder upon this. While there was no linkage of power plant incident with the COVID-19 lockdown and startup, but other 2 incidents of LG Polymer and Shakti Paper Mill took place when the industries were in the process of starting operations post-lockdown. So clearly you could find the linkage that there were some lacunas in the 2 cases mentioned, LG Polymer and Shakti Paper, in restarting the plants post-lockdown. If you look at one of the posts by Global Workers Union post on 7 July 2020, it said the series of accidents expose a pattern of systemic failures, industries halted without proper shutdown processes with poor planning and failure to ensure adequate maintenance and inspection during the lockdown, which have led to accidents while industrial processes were being restarted. They underlined that such mistakes fall within the category of process safety management failures. Yes, certainly, these were process safety management failures. Let us look at these in more detail. If you look at the CCPS, Center for Chemical Process Safety, which is one of the world's leading organization in process safety, they say that process safety incidents occur 5 times more often during startup than during the normal operations. Why? Because there are many non-routine procedures, there are unexpected and unusual situations. The process chemicals, they remain present at the site even though the plant may be shut down. Often parts of process plant, they still remain in operation, and the chemicals remain alive at the facilities. Because of these reasons, during the startup, you are more vulnerable, you have 5 times more incidents happen. This is as per the study done by CCPS. Now, what are the risks involved during startup? A process plant left in unsafe state during shutdown. What happened when the lockdown was announced? Industry was not ready. They were given little bit of time to shut down the plant. So hurriedly they shut down the plant. So some of the facilities, they were not properly shut down. Unsuccessful isolation of the object work done during the shutdown. This could also be one of the reasons. Now, plant sections that were in operation during shutdown, there are certain utilities, certain plant sections which you cannot shut down. So they continue running during even shutdown. Failure to maintain temperature in chemical storage area. There are certain chemicals which are required to be maintained under certain pressure, temperatures. So those temperatures, if you are not able to maintain during shutdown, there could be a problem with that. Exposure to dangerously high or low temperatures and pressures, non-availability of detection production devices. Sometimes even the fire protection system is not available during shutdown. Not keeping maintenance programs, safety programs, and routine audits active to avoid accidents. During shutdown, generally maintenance programs as you are doing during running are not available. Safety programs are not available, and regular audits are not available. Now, these idle plants with small crews operating at a very relaxed tempo, they can be a dangerous place. Some more critical challenges during startup: adherence to management of change procedure. Management of change is done very scientifically, very systematically. So it becomes very difficult during startup to adhere to such management of change procedure. To ensure competent crew for facilities handling hazardous operations. In India, we faced it. Many of the competent crew who were away, they had left before the shutdown, before the lockdown. They couldn't come back because of various restrictions and COVID-19 fears. Then maintaining systematic training of the plant people. During this period of 1.5 months, there was no training. There were different kind of fear amongst the employees and the workers. Maintaining all safety systems fully functional. This was not done. Not compromising on safety measures under pressure to start facility early. All the industries were under pressure. The customers were crying for the products. So under pressure, sometimes you tend to compromise on safety measures, which should not be done. Secondly, during COVID-19, there are too many distractions. COVID-19 protocol, less manpower, there are work pressure and stress. You are forced to engage others to get the work done. Using equipment and dirtying your hands because certain jobs, people are not available. Revert back to old habits. You always look for reverting back to the old habits prior to the COVID-19. Unable to maintain social distances, exposure by touching the equipment. As per the COVID protocol, you are not supposed to touch any surfaces. Whereas the safety rule says, while going up the stairs, you must hold the rail. So how to hold the rail? There is a contradiction. Eat food in exposed environment. Now, there are many mental health and stress issues as well. As the number of cases of COVID-19 increase, so does the associated anxiety and the stress, uncertainty and confusion in the mind. There is chronic stress. You are trying to fight the unknown. You are shifting priorities. There is insecurity in the job, about the job. So all these things create a lot of stress in the mind, which impacts your safe behavior as well. Your attention gets diverted to new habits being forced on us. You have to compromise in the desired safe behavior. BBS approach, behavior-based safety approach, that gets diluted. Overall safety is impacted while employees focusing on COVID. As Mr. Charles Darwin said, it is not the most intellectual or the strongest of the species that survives, but the species that survive is the one that is able to adapt to and adjust best to the changing environment in which it finds itself. So it's amply clear that the sooner you adapt to the new environment, you will be able to come out winner. So talking about the safety management system, the industry has a safety policy, which is also called as health safety environment policy, which is signed by the CEO. This is the apex statement wherein the top management gets, shows their commitment towards maintaining highest standard of the HSE management. Below that, you have a detailed safety management system, which had certain number of elements like this typical system, which I have shown here. It starts with the leadership and commitment, employees' participation, facility design, construction, and pre-startup review, process safety information, risk analysis and management, third-party services, personal safety, control or defeat and reliability of critical devices, work permit system, operation maintenance, inspection maintenance, management of change, training from time to time, accident investigation analysis, occupational health, environment management, emergency planning response, compliance, audit. So these are the elements on which you have to write the SOP, standard operating practices, as per requirement of the sites, and follow those in proper fashion. Now, if we follow the safety management system in toto, there are chances that you have the higher productivity, you have high morale of the employees. But during these pandemic times, you need to change, you need to tweak with your procedures as per the requirement. Now, process safety management, as mentioned by the CCP is USA, that contains 14 elements, which are actually part of the 18 elements which we have shown you before in the previous slide. So what special safety measures could be taken up during startup? It is advised that keep a time cushion of 1 week before facility startup. You relook at the available resources, relook at the manpower and hazards, because you do not have the adequate manpower. You do not have the adequate resources. So replan, relook at the resources and accordingly rewrite your SOPs. Carry out detailed pre-startup safety review. Review your all the standard operating practices under new circumstances. Review all the P&IDs, all the MSDS, material safety data sheets, fire protection drawings, area classification drawings, emergency contact numbers, high risk areas, identify high risk areas, and higher supervision be provided. Now, review your operating manual, safety procedures, and disaster management plan, and engineering controls and administrative controls. Provide fresh trainings and awareness drive on revised procedures. Organize mock drills with revised manpower situation, revised scenarios, and resource constraints. Now, quickly, if you look at the, this picture, how to protect employees in the workplace. As we all know, these are the steps. Either you eliminate the hazard, you substitute the hazard, you provide engineering control, administrative control, and the PPs, but in the order more effective to less effective. So here, what can be done is you could provide some engineering controls or administrative controls in addition to regular uses of PPs. So engineering control, isolate people from hazard, provide good ventilation, plastic shields and barriers, sneeze guards, disinfecting the workplace, disinfecting oneself, invest to mitigate the risk, provide good decontamination of the site, use of approved disinfectant, increased availability of PPE should be ensured, extra supervision and monitoring through COVID marshals, automate cleaning tasks. Enable sick workers, this is about administrative controls. Enable sick workers to stay home, establish work from home policy, minimize contact among workers and clients, discontinue non-essential travel, limit the number of staff present for high potential exposure tasks, and train and retrain on new SOPs and COVID protocols. Provide soft barriers, including use of tables, ropes, signs, whatever is possible. Operate with only half the manpower. Stagger shift timings to avoid the two shift manpower at any given time. Encourage workers who are ill to stay home. Use email, phone, teleconferences instead of face-to-face contact. Observe appropriate distances. Provide hands-on and frequent trainings. Include COVID protocol and revise SOPs. Include trained observer. Cover site-specific decontamination procedures. And since the time is up, to conclude, prioritize safety management during COVID-19 times to avoid unsafe situations and accidents, especially post-lockdown. Bring back confidence in the workforce about safe workplace, observe COVID protocol to avoid fresh cases of infection, to encourage workers for proper use of PPEs at all times, to bring back production to the normal levels, and to regain customers' confidence. It is essential that one prioritizes safety management during COVID-19 times. These are some of the references in my presentation. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you are welcome. I don't know time is there or not.
Thanks, Dr. Garg. Indeed, we have time for questions, and the participants can send their question through the Q&A panel there. I have one question from Mr. Trevor Butler. I'm reading the questions, Dr. Garg.
Right.
So, with these incidents occurred post-lockdown, were there procedures in place within the management system of these facilities to guard against these risks?
Yes. As I mentioned, especially about the LG polymer case, there were procedures existing, and in spite of that, the procedure was not followed. There were so many violations, even as per the law of the land. So, in particular case, even some of the statutory authorities, the government authorities, were also found lacking in their approach. So it was a combined failure of the many stakeholders in this particular case. But fortunately, after the incident of May and the incidents which I quoted there till July, beyond that, the numbers came down. There were a lot of efforts which happened through various agencies like FICCI, Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce of India. Then there were NDMA, National Disaster Management Institute, and National Safety Council, and so many other bodies. So many webinars were held, how to handle, how to open up the such industries safely. And so many stakeholders were brought in. The government of India also issued many guidelines. Because of that, during the second half of the 2020, the incidents came down.
Thanks, Dr. Garg. I have another question from Mr. Srinivas Shivaraman. I'm just reading the question.
Sure.
How to deal with the contradictions between the conventional safety management system and the current pandemic risk management to be followed in industries?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. And the example which I gave to you, my sites are also faced some such contradictions, but you have to work out, you have to find out the way. For example, the example which I gave, the COVID protocol says don't touch the surfaces. But within the manufacturing facility, when one has to go up, he has to hold the rail for going up. Now, the answer is that we started providing the hand gloves, which were disposable type of hand gloves, means you use it for one day and throw it off. So the workers were asked to wear the hand gloves and hold the rail. So both the rules of COVID protocol as well as the safety rule, both were observed by doing this. Secondly, for disinfecting the people who are continuously going from here to there, there were COVID marshals. They were posted at different locations within the plant area with the disinfectant in their hand. So whoever passes through, they will provide the disinfectant to them. So this kind of innovative steps you have to take for doing the balancing act and not violating the set rules.
I'll have maybe just one short question, just the last one. Dr.
Okay.
Garg, this is from Shaukat Chowdhury. The question is, it is advised to run the plants with half staff, but at the same time, there are more SOPs to follow due to pandemic? Isn't it very difficult?
Yeah, it is difficult, but it's not that the more SOPs to be followed. It is revised SOP to be followed. When you know that your manpower is half, you do not have adequate resources to operate the facility in full capacity. So you operate the capacity, the facility at a reduced capacity, and you revisit your SOPs, your all emergency procedures with the existing staff strength. So it is necessary that you spend some time in preparing yourself, facing the new challenge of running the facility with reduced manpower. So that's why I recommended that spend about a week's time in reviewing your entire facility, checklisting, checking and reviewing all the documentation, and finally practicing carrying on mock drill with the revised setup, revised manpower, less resources.
Thanks again, Dr. Garg, for your insightful talk. For the sake of time, we'd like to move to our next presentation. Thanks
Thank you so
again.
much. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Now I would like to invite Mr. N.D. Stamp, HSE Manager, Atlantic and East Coast Canada, Schlumberger Canada Limited. Mr. Stamp has been with Schlumberger for 24 years and has held various roles onshore and offshore throughout Canada, including roles in asset management, operations integrity, and has been in his current role since September 2017. Mr. Stamp.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. And I confirm you can see my screen as well. Okay.
Yes, we do.
Thank you. All right, so thank you, Dr. Salim. Again, as mentioned, my name is Andy Stamp, and I've been with Schlumberger now for about 24 years, working in East Coast Canada, and primarily within North America as well. I'll be speaking to you today on our risk-based approach, which was utilized to manage the global travel risks of our local workforce, which were dispatched on short-term assignments as a result of a reduction in activity in the local market. The short-term assignments were necessary in order to retain core skill sets in preparation for recovering the local market based upon our forecasted activity. We didn't want to lose the skills and the teams that we had in our local market during this pandemic. So we wanted to ensure that we could get opportunities for them elsewhere. Part of that required travel aspects. The global pandemic has had far-reaching impacts and directly impacted our operations in Atlantic and Eastern Canada. Reduction in offshore activity in Newfoundland and Labrador and a global company restructure resulted in need for reductions in local headcount. In efforts for us to maintain core knowledge and competencies, we dispersed members of our local workforce around the globe to meet demand internationally for the highly skilled and competent Newfoundland workforce. The graphic is of the COVID-19 dashboard by the Center for Systems Science and Engineering at Johns Hopkins University. As part of the resources which we shared with our workforce as a reliable source of COVID-19 data to assist in determining the potential COVID-19 exposure risk for a given destination. I will be discussing how Schlumberger took a risk-based approach in managing the movement of personnel during the pandemic by utilizing fundamental controls as well as risk-based controls and in alignment with the local regulatory requirements for the countries in which we are operating in. Each of the locations where our workers traveled often had different requirements that had to be addressed in order to allow our personnel into the country, province, or state, or onto a given work site, and this information was changing on a regular basis. As an example, when our workers traveled to support operations in Western Canada, there was no quarantine requirements upon their arrival into the province of Alberta. However, upon return to Newfoundland, they would enter into a 14-day isolation period prior to supporting our local operations. I will not be discussing specifics of these entry requirements, but how we ensured that they were addressed through our travel approval process and the lessons which we learned from the utilization of this travel approval process. Early in the onset of the pandemic, we set up a global travel restriction and required any essential travel to be approved through an exemption-based travel approval process to help ensure the safety of our workers. And today I'll be speaking to you about the travel approval process which we utilized and some of the key lessons learned we obtained. We knew as an organization there would be several items to be addressed, from managing the risks associated with COVID-19, as well as the risks that were generated from the controls which were put in place to manage the outbreak. In order to systematically address the concerns, we determined to utilize our exemption process to track our travel approval process as our fundamental control to ensure all trips were being systematically reviewed for business criticality. Risk-based controls were considering items such as the travel destination. As previously displayed, we have had members of our team travel to locations throughout the globe, and each of these locations had a different level of associated COVID-19 risk and impacted the travel approval process, including the approving authorities. When we looked at our vulnerable populations within our varied workforce, it was apparent that some members of our team had potential to fall into a vulnerable population category as defined by public health authorities, and this had to be identified. Also, COVID-19 testing requirements varied and were changing on a regular basis as testing became more widely available in public and private settings. The testing requirements for entry into a country were to be captured in the exemption process to allow communication as well to our workforce. Additionally, centralized travel hubs, which would impact flight schedules and could result in personnel having to travel through a higher risk location than desired due to the changes to the flight schedules. In addition to those items, we had to consider the impacts of these controls on our population, as well as the outside influences from sources such as social media. The exemption process was based upon the associated risk level of a country. Initially, Canada and the United States were being managed on a country level for travel approvals. Shortly into the pandemic, it quickly became clear that this approach was limiting the availability to take a truly risk-based approach. Based upon the distribution of our activities and the actual COVID-19 risk associated with different regions of the countries we were operating in. As such, we then modified the exemption approval on the risk associated with the country, province, or state to allow us to develop different geozones to manage our risk on. This allowed us to better identify the local regulatory controls in place for a given province or state. The graphic indicates the level of approval required based upon risk, considering the defined country risk level as well as the to and from destination of travel. Early in the pandemic, we defined the country risk levels from level 0 being the lowest to level 3 at the high end. A level 0 country or zone had no confirmed COVID-19 cases reported in the country. A level 1 country or zone had clusters of less than 25 confirmed COVID-19 cases reported in the country. A level 2 defined a country with limited impact from confirmed cases between 25 and 100. Finally, a level 3 country or zone was designated to significantly impacted countries where more than 100 confirmed cases of COVID-19 have been reported. This was then utilized along with additional information to assign travel restrictions and drive the exemption process, such that in a green level, domestic business critical travel was permitted, subject only to an exposure self-assessment. However, in the yellow category, business critical travel by air, steam, road, and rail were required an approved exemption within Quest, which is their internal company database, and an exposure self-assessment. The answers will be reviewed as part of the travel exemption approval process. And finally, the black category indicates that a celebrity travel ban was put in place and the levels of approval for exemption escalated. The travel approval process contained guidance relating to the requirements of the exemption and to ensure a minimum standard across our organization. These requirements included items such as the business need for travel. This would be utilized to determine the criticality of the trip. Defining the need was key, as this would determine whether any additional work or information will be required to complete the exemption. If no business need, then there would be no requirement to travel. We also had to ensure we included the health status of the employee while respecting the employee's privacy rights, as well as the route which a traveler was planned to take, including details such as travel arrangements to and from the airport, where you want to have no public or ride-sharing services, the flight itinerary, including the flights, the connections that would be made, and whether they'd be going through a high zone area as well, high risk zone, and the travel arrangements at the destination. We wanted to ensure that once our worker arrived at their final destination, they wouldn't be put into exposed risk by getting from the airport to their final destination. The level of approval was then required based upon the risk associated with the country levels associated with the travel. Personnel involved in the travel approval process included the operations and the HSE support functions for sending and receiving locations dependent upon the identified risk level. Prior to any travel being booked, a valid and approved exemption had to exist in the system and be referenced within the travel booking. Spread of COVID-19 soon put most of our countries into the level 3 risk category, as you can see, resulting in exemption approvals quickly escalating, such as domestic travel required approval on a country HSE manager level, as well as a final approval by the division manager for the different divisions. And for international travel, we had to ensure that we had the sending and receiving HSE management from the countries as the approvers, as expert approvers, to ensure that the HSE risks associated with the sending and receiving countries were being adhered to, as well as the final approval was a division geo unit manager, which is basically, for in the world of Schlumberger, an area operations manager. For international travel, the importance of having the sending and receiving HSE manager involved was to ensure that the associated risk could be identified and addressed if travel was approved. Travel considerations include an evaluation of the complete route to identify any contact with high-risk COVID-19 geozones. It had to include and be detailed in the exemption. Geozones became defined in level 3 countries based on a range of community factors that considered epidemiology, such as the transmission and infection rates, government restrictions and community characteristics, such as mask utilization and adaptation, travel, which is such locations and countries may have travel restrictions were put in place, and the testing capacities, including the level of community testing services available, as well as the turnaround times for testing. Turnaround times for testing was one of the key things for driving our geozones because of the fact that if an outbreak was suspected or a positive test was suspected, the results coming back in a timely manner would allow you to help complete your contact tracing and ensuring that your personnel were being isolated in a timely manner. The resources available within a given geozone is well taken into account, such as the availability of PPE and vaccines. And of course, the public health capacity. The major focus area was the ability to have intensive care capacity within a different region, as COVID cases often ended up with personnel put into an ICU, taking away the availability of ICU beds for other outside emergencies. Utilization of business systems is an integral part of Schlumberger's risk management protocols. With respect to personal movements, we utilize a travel tracker system, which was key to ensure that personnel traveling were receiving information that was applicable to them and their current situation. The system allowed us to push notifications to our personnel to keep them informed of the latest governmental and public health directives within the country, state, province, or country where they are located. It interacts with our travel booking site to identify flight schedules and hotel bookings to determine location of our commuter population, and allows us to quickly determine the location of our personnel within relation to travel around the globe. The business system had been introduced previously to assist with security events and natural disasters, and as well health crises, which helped us greatly within this pandemic. Health assessments were completed electronically, and upon completion, confirmed whether you could access a facility, travel, or should remain at home. These assessments became a key component of the travel exemption and had to be completed prior to the exemption being approved to allow for travel booking. They included questions relating to the travel history of you and your close contacts and potential COVID-19 exposure from high-risk locations, such as large social gatherings and medical facilities, as well as whether you were currently experiencing any symptoms associated with COVID-19 and your knowledge of the COVID-19 controls that are recommended. The assessment also included guidelines and awareness messages, such as advising personnel not to travel if feeling ill, as some locations implement a strict health screening and travelers may face additional quarantine and testing by local health authorities. This messaging was used to help demonstrate the importance of the self-exposure checklist and the need to declare any symptoms that a worker may have. The self-assessment additionally allowed the worker to make a declaration that they were within a category of being highly vulnerable to COVID-19, which was defined based upon the Center for Disease Control's guidance. It encouraged members of the team to follow up with the local Schlumberger doctor to obtain additional guidance on their suitability for deployment to certain work locations, specifically those locations that were greater than 1 hour away from a company-approved secondary or tertiary healthcare facilities. We wanted to ensure that if a medical emergency did occur regarding COVID-19, that we could support our workers in their time of need. A challenge we experienced regarding the mandatory completion of the health exposure assessment prior to travel approval and booking is that the worker's condition could change from the initial travel request until the actual travel date, as the travel booking request may come in weeks in advance of the actual travel date. This required us to adjust our travel exemption process and to require a follow-up health exposure assessment to be completed within 24 hours of the actual travel date to determine if there was any change in exposure risk. The readiness assessments considered a variety of factors, which included the basic health exposure assessment introduced previously, as well as awareness and new normal training for our population. The awareness and new normal training outlined factual information and sources of COVID-19 information. Information within the awareness training included basic information on COVID-19 and its transmission, and ways to prevent or reduce the likelihood of exposure, including the promotion of mask usage and frequent hand washing with soap and water. Educating our population on the importance of the basic principles of hand washing was important, as we so often are not as effective at this task as we would like to believe that we are. We wanted to ensure that our personnel had the latest information, whether they are working abroad or at home, from a reputable source. Confirmation of training was being managed by a business system entitled One Site Pass, which our personnel would check into prior to traveling, including travel to a work site. This business system would also prompt personnel to complete regulatory health assessments upon sign-in. The graphic illustrates some of the sections from our One Site Pass business system. Upon arrival at a destination, a transition to a worksite daily check-in was utilized to allow for contact tracing in the event of a coworker exposure. The One Site Pass business system enabled our personnel to check in and out of a facility or installation. In the early stages of the pandemic, this was being tracked and managed manually, resulting in excessive time spent by line managers on this administrative task. As the pandemic progressed, business system solutions were improved and developed to allow our population to check in and out of a location, to assist with contact tracing, and to ensure our workforce were prepared for travel. Upon sign-in, the system presents the worker with a readiness assessment with the same requirements that would be associated with travel preparedness, including confirming their current health status daily and confirmation that their COVID-19 awareness and new normal trainings were being completed. Upon review, the worker would confirm their readiness to enter a facility or work site. The daily check readiness assessment was also in place to any workers which were in quarantine facilities or locations as a result of work-related travel. Quarantine requirements varied by country, state, and province, and the personnel had to be supported to ensure that they were aware of the requirements upon either arrival to their new location or sometimes return to the province of Newfoundland, as the requirements upon their return may have changed since their departure. When determining quarantine or isolation facilities, we defined our basic requirements as an organization, had those requirements as a minimum standard to be followed, as well as any local governmental regulations, which have to be taken into account. For our workers, we wanted to ensure that they were aided with communication to family members outside of the quarantine or isolation facility, and if possible, provide them with access to the internet, news, media, and entertainment, as well as psychosocial support. As an example, locally, we wanted to ensure that we were supporting our personnel to the best of our abilities upon arrival. So at the onset of the pandemic, we had a staff house that was being utilized for our out-of-province workers. This became our primary isolation facility for workers coming into the province of Newfoundland. The facility was better suited to a 14-day isolation, as it allowed the individual to move through the building, have access to a fenced yard with a deck for fresh air, as well as internet provided. Also, to help out our workers, upon their arrival, workers would provide a grocery list request for arrival, which would provide staples to be present in the facility upon their arrival, and then any additional supports will be provided to the worker from our local team. Upon completion of any required quarantine, our workers would then transition into a working at their new location, allowing them to maintain their skill and knowledge in developing new skills and work experience, which could then be utilized when they return to support operations in Atlantic Canada, or wherever their travels took them in the future. When our workers were returning home, the process would then be completed in reverse, as any exemption would only be valid for the inbound or outbound leg of the journey. Workers would at times enter an exemption to cover the inbound and outbound rotation of their trip. This would result in the exemption not being approved until the updates were made so that it was only applicable to one portion of the trip, as the risk associated with the travel could quickly change while our worker was on location from anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks. The COVID-19 pandemic has been a challenge for all people across the globe, with significant impacts on essential workers required to travel for work. Some of the key lessons which we learned regarding our travel approval process and the ability to support our workers were the process had to be robust and involved the operations team to determine the business need for travel, as well as the HSE and HR functions, human resources functions, of the organization to ensure that the HSE risks were being associated with the travel are adequately addressed and the fundamental and risk-based controls were in place. And the human resources function was key to help protect the privacy of our individuals. It also had to be adaptable based upon the risk level that had been identified. Controls had to be changed. The process would need to be flexible to allow this adaptation. As you can see, when we defined our risk levels early in the pandemic with a high risk category being 100 positive cases in a given country, the majority of the countries across the globe quickly exceeded this as the pandemic grew throughout the globe. Another significant lesson learned was regarding the health of our workers. One of the impacts on our workers were long periods away from home, and this had the potential for mental health impacts. Awareness of this and ensuring resources were available to our team and that they were made aware of the resources was important. There were continued incidences where workers would have to isolate upon arrival to new locations, then again upon return, resulting in extended periods away from home. Encouraging healthy living options and making available resources to help support healthy choices during isolation and quarantine periods was key as well. One of our part of our team, we developed the Active Lifestyles app that can be utilized from our phone for our Schlumberger employees. That gave them exercise and health techniques that they could take place at home. And finally, ensuring our workers were aware that they could declare that they were members of a COVID-19 vulnerable group so that risk could be addressed. Communication and awareness were key goals throughout our internal travel approval process to ensure understanding of the resources available to our workers, as well as the requirements to safely transition to a remote worksite location and return home safely, leveraging off these business systems to enable reliable and sustained support and optimize communications with our workers. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Schlumberger, realizing the importance of communications, made public a number of our documents, including our COVID-19 management standard and supporting documents and flowcharts to help address the risks associated with the global pandemic. I would like to thank you for your time today and allowing me to share some of the lessons learned which we experienced over the last year with respect to our local population and the global travel risk that we had a potential, our population had a potential to be exposed to. It's important that we build on these lessons to allow our continued safe operations while managing our health and well-being of our workforces. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stamp. I would like to open the floor for questions now. Again, you can send your question through the Q&A options there. So I have one question for you. Regarding the differences in the regulations between countries and even between different provinces, how that made like your process more difficult in some way, right?
So in summary, it was important. It did make the process more difficult due to the fact that not everybody would be aware of the regulations for different individual countries. So when we had our exemption process set up, we wanted to ensure that we included the sending and receiving locations so that they could provide us with the local regulations that were in place at that time. They would allow us then to communicate those regulations to our workers so that they would be aware of them upon their arrival at the location. So, and the other aspect of that, I guess, as well, is the fact that they were so often changing. What would happen is an employee may think, as they were traveling, may think they knew all the regulations that were required, but then the local country or province or state may introduce new regulations prior to their travel date or even while they're away. And so we would have to update their exemption process and formalize that with them as well.
Question from Dan, starting with a comment that a very well thought out process. And the question is, did you or would you share it with others?
So this is as everyone or people maybe aware, Schlumberger is an international company, and we have a public website, schlumberger.com, essentially. And on that site, we've actually shared our management standard for pandemics, and the majority of the information which I have included in today's presentation is actually publicly shared within that system now as well. So it is accessible for the population.
Another question from Jay Gupta. The question is, many countries has banned international flights. How did you manage to send your people there?
So it depends upon the country that they're traveling to, and they also define on what the workers are required to do. So for example, on a local level, we're going to look at just Canada. If you look in the media right now, they're saying there's a full travel ban for Canada. People cannot come into Canada. But that doesn't apply to essential workers. So essential workers can sometimes move into a country as long as they're identified as an essential worker. So an agreement between Canada and the US where we could move our personnel back and forth relatively easily if we identify them as essential workers, provide them with the documentation to support that as well. And then for the aspects of moving people to other countries, it depends upon what the country was. If there was a full travel ban, and that will be looked at within the country regulations to see if we can move our person into that individual area.
If there is no other questions, yes, I'd like to thank Mr. Stump once again. Thanks for this informative talk. And if there are any queries from the audience, we'll try to contact you and try to provide as many response as we can through different channels. Thanks again.
Thank you for your time today.
So our next speaker is Mr. Paddy Barkenpass, Executive Director of Alberta's Oils and Community Alliance. With over 38 years experience in technical, operational, and business leadership, Mr. Barkenpass has an in-depth understanding of the oil sands industry. Having worked with ConocoPhillips for over 20 years, most recently as the Senior Vice President of Oil Sands. Prior to joining OSCA, Mr. Barkenpass started a consultancy, Think Beyond, to help clients improve business strategies and performance. Interesting to read Mr. Barkenpass's bio. He described himself as a lifelong learner. Mr. Barkenpass.
Good morning, or yes, good morning, everyone. Actually, it might be afternoon. I'm, of course, in a different time zone here than the rest of you. Just want to double check and make sure I'm sharing my screen and you can hear me.
This is John here. You just flipped from your PowerPoint though back to your WebEx.
How's that?
Working great.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction, Dr. Salim, and it's great to be with this group. I have a passion for the activities that this group focuses on. As mentioned, I retired from ConocoPhillips. During my tenure there, I had been responsible for the asset integrity, process safety, as well as engineering and operations functions globally. And it's an area of ongoing passion and interest in. Now I focus my direction and passions in a different, slightly different angle. And with that, I am now working as the executive director for the Oil Sands Community Alliance. So what is OSCA? Our work is focused in the Athabasca oil sands area within four focus points: Indigenous relations, workforce support, community well-being, and infrastructure. OSCA has a long history of working in the area, and I'm proud to say that supports finding innovative solutions and collaboration among the community and the industry. Our member companies have strong relationships and focuses on each of those same areas. In our case, our role is to really leverage that knowledge and those relationships and find efficient ways to support that activity across the industry, rather than one company at a time, to look for solutions that can be leveraged. With that, just to let the group know that we're a member-directed group. Our members are the producers. The producers produce roughly 80% of Canada's natural gas and oil, and greater than 90% of the oil sands production. Canada produces about 3.5 million barrels a day of oil production, of which 3 million barrels a day is from oil sands. It's about 86%. When you look at that region, Fort McMurray is the largest center within that region, with one commercial airport. The member companies also operate 5 private airports in that same geographic area, where they're not able to leverage the commercial and public airport facility. The workforce ranges significantly in the area at different times, depending on the activity level, with turnarounds and other maintenance work, but would be anywhere from 20 to 40,000 folks in that region. The camps that we have in that area are the area of real focus and concentration of people. These camps are really more like residences for the staff, and include first food service, workout facilities, recreational areas, common spaces, private spaces, if you will, as you would imagine. And the industry operates so many of these facilities because of distance, and worker safety is the driving factor. 78% of the camps and facilities are 1.5 to 3 hours from Fort McMurray itself, and they range in size. They're as small as 100 beds, and a number of them that have in excess of 5,000 bed space capacity. In this case, there's so many people in that area that the people matter, the workforce matters, their families matter, the communities in those areas matter, and it's really part of what drives us to work in a collaborative manner across this region. So just to touch on, really this presentation is focused on sharing what have we learned so far in our COVID-19 response. What are the lessons learned? And just as you would imagine, this group would be very in tune with. If you look at all the layers of protection that reduce risk and consequence of incidents, that's the way that the oil sands industry looked at how to address the COVID-19 actions as well. And it was all about reducing layers of risk. We've added significant protection, as you know, in the industry, and through the work you folks do through engineering and design and management systems. But we can't forget that if you look at reports, say that 70 to 90% of the incidents that occur are caused by human and organizational failures, and that the human factors side and the people side is one of the most significant areas for us to manage. As really came up with the first presenter today as well, you can see a significant number of incidents as a result of the human factor side of things in industry. The human factors aspect makes a significant difference, and those dealing with the individual, the workplace, and the organization all matter. I'm not going to delve into the examples that I've shown here for each one of these. This is an area I've spent significant time on in the past, but really just to say that we cannot ignore that the pandemics and COVID are an element that we all knew were important, but the scale and scope and length of time that these continue to hit us matters significantly, and is one that we are all learning from and taking steps to move forward with. When you look at how did COVID-19 and the economic activity drop across the world impact oil sands and the world use of oil. In 2020, the reduction in activity lowered the demand for oil, taking prices to dramatic lows. And dramatic lows is really an understatement when you consider during that March timeframe that we did see negative prices for a period of time. Those have significant impacts, but you can see this decline in demand led refiners to slashing their processing, producers to shut in assets, drillers to halt activity, and storage tanks to swell. This downward trend in demand was unprecedented in how rapid this occurred, and prices hit those significant lows. For the industry, this meant that there's a significant reduction in capital and operational spending. Gross domestic product was impacted, government contributions, and employment for a lot of our people in the industry. And when you see this plot, you do see that there is recovery to previous levels expected as we go forward, but there will be probably a more permanent shift that will occur, and we're yet to see how that fully impacts the world. Getting to the topic at hand, how did our industry react? How did the oil sands as a subset of the overall oil and gas industry react? It was all about implementing screening questionnaires and procedures, as well as contact tracing protocols, and stringent self-isolation protocols, implementing the physical distancing and face mask protocol in the workplace at not only at workplaces, but within the project accommodations and camp facilities, during transportation, whether it be on buses or on airplanes. And the other piece there was to implement a significant work from home where possible. This was key for industry, and to be able to, in some cases, some projects reduced their on-site workforce by up to 60%, some 30%. Overall, we were seeing in excess of 50% reduction of on-site workforces, which is one of the key ways to reduce potential for COVID impacts. And that reduction was accomplished in a number of ways, re-looking at how work could be done, as well as looking at what work could be deferred. There was significant amount of turnarounds, as an example, and shutdowns that were deferred from 2020, and really even over the next 3 months, we're going to see where a number of those turnarounds are being now put into place. That activity is ramping up because it could no longer be deferred. In addition to reducing the workforce, the enhanced sanitation, workforce hygiene and cleaning, all of those elements that we're all quite aware of. And you could argue that these are common sense, and of course that they matter. Just have to really share that this is had more impact than I think probably many people realize. And it's not just a matter of annoying the workforce, but we've seen different industrial facilities and businesses around the country heavily impacted by not having strong follow-through. And in this case, industry did not just talk about it, did not just write a piece of paper, but had strong and really an impeccable compliance. And compliance was key to making sure that we're able to deal with this COVID impact in this way. One of the things to share with the group that is not necessarily unique to the province of Alberta, but the province did declare the workforce as essential. One of the things that we have continued to, there's lots of debate around that outside of the industry, who are essential workers, who are not. And even though the workforce in oil sands was considered essential in order to ensure that there was still continued fuel supply, one of the things that is not well understood is that the oil sands industry produces 30% of the power generation within the province. It's a significant part of what is part of the grid and sharing of power to the rest of the province. That even though the industry is essential, that doesn't mean everyone is critical. And there was a really a deep introspective look at who really needs to be on site. So while everyone was declared essential, the critical workforce lens was put into practice. The reactions were quick and deliberate in this case by industry, and the region really had put into, leaned on its emergency response learnings from the past. As some of you may be aware, significant wildfires in 2016 swept through the area. It was one of the things that was a significant learning for even this COVID response. And what drove that learning? One of the things that we had dealt with in the past with wildfires and other incidents is that incidents tend to be short, relatively short periods of time, from hours to days. In the case of the wildfire, it lasted, in the end, 458 days from the beginning of that wildfire to the very end. It's 15 months with $3.6 billion of damage. And the length of time meant that standing up an emergency response team and group that was typically used to short periods of time and dealing with either specific incidents, releases, fires, and the rest were used to short periods of time, and switching the workforce and the capability there to be able to deal with that for long periods of time. Think of how to sequence it, how to do handoffs for emergency response leadership is a significant learning that we learned in the past and applied to the COVID-19 measures as well. Because of the length of time, one of the things that was key for us was to take a look at, as we approach the end of 2020, saying, okay, how did we do this year? And because we work across industry and have a number of work groups that join together all of the company representatives, we share protocols, share learnings, share conversations with government officials, with the health authority, and do those in a leveraged way. We said that let's look back and say, what did we learn during 2020 and what would we do different go forward? When we completed this lessons learned process in January and February, we looked at 4 key areas of learnings that these theme areas: industry response, supply chain impacts, stakeholder engagement, and communication. And I'll just touch on each of those 4. The oil sands industry has a strong safety culture. Their commitment to worker safety, robust pandemic procedures, and emergency response plans. And due to this, one of the things that we found is that we had the ability to rapidly update plans, implement measures to address health and safety of workers, and continue to maintain operations. So here it was, leaning on what was an existing industry response and management process. And a significant factor here is that each company had their own method of doing it, but to establish common language and protocols between companies is a practice that had not to be just learned during COVID, but was something that previous experience had allowed us to lean on. And it was to coordinate response, share information, and ensure there was no redundancy in that same work. Can't undershare how important that was, because it's not just a matter of having a process in place. It's working in a trusting, lean, and agile manner, which ends up being relationships and people matter a lot to ensure that that strong collaboration, even within industry, and even with external stakeholders is possible. And the mutual aid, working together, leveraging each other was something that I mentioned had been learned during the wildfires, but even during COVID was something that we had to rely on as the Athabasca River flooded its banks and caused a significant event in the Fort McMurray community with over $500 million of damage. So dealing with the flood during COVID, during all of what was going on, was another added complexity that was thrown into practice. But number one lesson learned, the way that industry had learned to work together could be leaned on and leveraged and taken up another notch. Supply chain requirements, another area that we learned that needed to be more fully thought out, and something that we needed to leverage more than we probably appreciated. Each company is used to supplying their own needs, but with the states of emergency declared at the provincial and municipal level at the onset of the pandemic, there were significant supply chain disruptions. And due to shortages at the onset of the pandemic, some of the members had faced delays and challenges with respect to sourcing PPE and even special trades and workforce requirements to ensure that the facilities were maintained correctly. Members were able to adjust their policies and protocols and move away from their kind of regular procurement practices in order to source appropriate supplies and reduce supply chain disruptions, and to work together. The members experienced significant supply chain disruptions, but really be able to backstop each other. In some cases, some folks had a higher supply of masks, others had other sanitizing products that were different levels. So we're not only able to help each other, but another key piece of this was working with our neighboring communities. The few First Nation communities right on our doorstep, in many cases they did not have the capability that industry had, and we were provided with PPE and other sanitization products in order to help their needs, and those supplies were not only distributed across industry, but the local communities. And again, that's based on having those strong relationships and continuing to leverage those where possible. Recognizing the fluidity of the situation and the constantly changing protocols and health guidance proved to be a challenge from an execution point of view. How did this impact things? We found that we needed to build in some flexibilities as we built rules and guidance. We also needed to recognize that some of those were changing, and some of the things did not happen as quickly as we now that we look back say that they needed to. And our role was really to work between the Alberta Health Services, the government of Alberta, our membership, and the other community stakeholders, so that decisions and actions weren't done in isolation. Endorsing the use of face masks to reduce COVID-19 transmission was really a slow process, or it felt slow as we look back. Recommendations regarding this preventative measure were constantly changing, and industry was not getting the direction we needed early on, and industry really put in common practices quite quickly. This isn't unique to Alberta or Canada, as health agencies across the world face similar challenges in a dynamic situation. The ability for us to partner with Alberta Health Services for testing on site made a difference. Contact tracing and managing spread by knowing that the health authorities were taxed to their limit, and we were able to use the significant on-site resources that we had with each of the communities, with our medical clinics, medical professionals. Example there is that our medical professional staff have typically always been part of flu vaccine campaigns. And right now we're working with Alberta Health to understand how can we leverage that same group of medical professionals at each of the sites to work on the COVID-19 vaccine deployment as well. So there's an opportunity to use that, and not only for the workforce, but it gets back to, we've got remote sites with small populations, First Nation communities next door. How can we also use the industry capabilities to help those communities as well? But we found that in the past emergencies and industry's role are a strong link back to Alberta's Emergency Response Management Agency, and that has proved to provide a useful conduit of information between the agencies and industry, and we'll continue to leverage that go forward. So these are things that we knew in the past, but really with with COVID and how long this has continued to practice has really emphasized how critical and important these relationships and structures are, and to keep them fresh. There's periods of time when there aren't emergencies, and it's easy to push off regular meetings between those groups, trials and practices for emergency response, and it's important to keep those rolling as time goes on. Another key area for us was communication, not only external communication but internal communication, and to do this in a way that many of the suppliers and service companies in the communities that supply services to the various members and various producers in that area, rather than hearing different messages from different companies, we worked to build common communication protocols and to share that information within the producer companies and to the suppliers and producers and to their service companies in the area, as well as ensuring that there's just an open line of communication that was instrumental in educating staff and services around us. This continues to be an area that we're improving and leveraging as time goes on. Just to get to a wrap up, what would we do when you look at a lessons learned process? It's one thing to look at the last year and say, here's the things that we pat ourselves on the back for that we did well, but what will we do different in the future? One is that with the Alberta Health Authority, we've developed a formal structure, point of contact, and are strengthening that as we speak with a comprehensive, up-to-date list of health-related emergency response staff and stakeholders, and to actively map out the critical infrastructure that we have, as well as that industry has, as well as Alberta Health, to help in future collaboration and information sharing. What will we continue to do differently in the future as well? Work with the government of Alberta to establish an oil sands industry seat at the Provincial Emergency Operations Center. This will streamline communication process in the future between government and industry. Companies will also work with their internal supply chain departments to ensure supply chain resilience by strategically defining emergency response planning and approaches and where to leverage each other's supplies and capabilities. We'll also develop an emergency response plan and structure and protocol for OSCA and its members that will help to pull together all the supporting groups and stakeholders at the beginning of an incident. This is something that we found we were able to react and to respond to quickly, but we wanted to establish a set protocol around how we do that even faster in the future. So in the past, we've done a great job at the rapid response and setting up the right work teams. The difference is really setting up a structure and approach that's going to be standing up something that's already in place, not just to deal with traditional emergency response, but also to include the broader consideration for what an emergency could entail, which includes things like COVID-19 and pandemic response. And just as a wrap, and we'll just open up here to any questions here in a moment. The unique aspect of this, if I had to summarize it and give you the 10 seconds, is that OSCA has had the ability to work across industry and partner and leverage existing relationships. And those existing relationships have been key to ensure that all the parties have the same information in a timely manner, and that continuity of message and quick timing is something that we'd underestimated the value of. We knew it worked well in cases of fire response, advocacy for rules and regulations, but the entire timeline here and the lessons learned process has stressed for us that working together is across industry and not just being seen as a group of competitors is extremely valuable.
Thank you, Mr. Barkenpass. Just a few questions from the participants. Let's read a couple of those. Number one, what can be done to manage business continuity, especially when someone from top management gets infected?
It's interesting, having been part of some of those conversations within member companies, as well as from more of an outside perspective at this point. It has to do with the structure that people have in place and the ability for more than just one individual to stand up and take on those roles. Ensuring that there's a broad understanding of what the emergency response framework looks like, what the role expectations are, and ensuring that you have a depth, a team that can respond quickly.
There is another question from the participants. This regarding the work from home. Do you think this will continue during a post-pandemic situation, or what's the discussion going on within the community?
It would definitely continue on. It throws up a lot of questions. I know that one of the heard someone earlier talk about looking forward to the conversations that will take place tomorrow in your forum that will look at the digital side of things and how will work be done differently. Work from home, I'll put it another way. This has caused industry and everyone to challenge what really needs to be done at site. I'll take maintenance planning as an example. Now with cameras and good visualization tools for assets, there's a lot of work and planning that can be done remotely. It is more cost effective to have people work from home than to work at remote sites. And now that we've really unlocked some of that, there will be a significant challenge around who needs to be at site, what really is a critical workforce. Expect that to really then challenge the workforce and leadership around those notions. And don't be surprised if we don't return to the same level of staff on site. In fact, there are some of the companies that are quite intentionally now moving people to other locations or having some of that work done remotely from common operating centers, common maintenance planning centers that deal with multiple assets at the same time.
One last question. This is regarding a controversial issue. Our process operations are affected by government decisions, and sometimes we see government decisions are like influenced by political ideology. So, do you have any experience that any government decision negatively affected safety of the personnel, in your opinion?
You know, one of the things that we found is having now strengthened relationships with specific individuals at the health ministry and at Alberta Health, is that none of them intend to make decisions that have a negative consequence. Do they have all the information at hand to make a fully informed decision? Not necessarily. And at times they're influenced by political needs, and others, what we've found is the ability to be able to call up those folks and say, here's some additional information that you need to understand before making those decisions, or can you create an exception for industry because of X, Y, and Z? So in short, some of those decisions are driven politically. I'll say that in many cases, though, industry took steps that were above and beyond what were the political decisions to do what was right. And when it came to remote work, restrictions in place, even though governments have made the decisions and politicians have influenced that around what restrictions are in place when, industry has been able to still survive through that, and I think frankly do a good job, and has the ability because of its size within the province particularly, to be able to have a voice at the table. So having a credible voice is a big deal. And can we still go back and influence politicians and governments? My answer is yes, and we're getting better at doing that go forward than we had when this initially came up.
Thanks, Mr. Birkenfuss. We'd like to have more questions, however, just for the sake of time and here. Thanks again for sharing insights about the oil and industry. I'm sure other sectors will also benefit from your thoughts and understanding. Thanks again.
Appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Sarah Chambers, a Director of Evidence and Insight, Lloyd's Register Foundation. Dr. Chambers joined Lloyd's Register Foundation in autumn 2019 as the founding director of Evidence and Insight. Our team works to use data and evidence to help better understand the complex factors that affect safety. Prior to the foundation, Dr. Chambers spent much of her career at NIC, the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence, the UK. Dr. Chambers has a PhD in immunology and has also worked briefly in writing. Dr. Chambers.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak at your conference today. And I'm going to be talking about how we can use evidence and insight to shape a more resilient future. So on to the next slide, please, which talks a little bit about the foundation. We're a charity. We've got a long heritage of safety going back to 1760, because we're the owners of Lloyd's Register Group, which is our significant trading arm. It's a company engineering a safer world by providing global engineering, technical and business services to the private and public sectors. I'm sure you're familiar with the work of Lloyd's Register Group. And so the foundation uses the profits of Lloyd's Register Group to fund our grants and campaigning activity. And we've got a portfolio of around $170 million in active grants at the moment since 2014 in over 100 countries. And we're funding research, innovation, education, a range of other things. We're based in the UK, but we give our grants out globally. And together with Lloyd's Register Group, we're a 21st century model for doing social business. And so onto the World Risk Poll, which is the programme that I'm going to be talking about today. This is one of our major grants. The World Risk Poll is different. It's a global poll of 150,000 people in 142 countries, which was conducted first in 2019. But we've got 4 cycles of polling plan, which adds to the power of the research. And the 150,000 people are just normal individuals like you or me, just going about their daily lives in their particular country, and collect information about their demographics, but also give a voice to these individuals about risk and safety issues. And we think this is the first time that these issues have been explored on such a grand scale across the world. And we've commissioned Gallup to undertake this research with us, so methodologically it's very robust. And why do we want to do this? Well, we think that by understanding people's perceptions of risk and safety and also their experiences of those issues, we can create this data set which can then be used to inform policy and help organisations to work with communities who bear these risks to design meaningful interventions that will then make the world safer. So the poll explores perceived dangers and experienced threats across a range of issues, from safety of food, technology, and of relevance to the presentation today at work as well, and discovers how risk is shaped by a range of personal factors and also social and experiential factors. So one of the important things to say about the poll is that it included remote regions that are frequently excluded from comparative polls. And so it's really the breadth of that research that's given us a more accurate picture of global attitudes towards risk and safety than had been achieved before. And there's, of course, a link between safety and resilience. And if the world is going to become more resilient, we need to understand the risks that people are facing and how those risks are perceived and how they're experienced. And that experience really gives us an understanding of the extent to which people's lives are resilient to change at the moment. And as I say, we've got 4 cycles of polling planned, And one of the most important things about the 2019 data, which I'm going to go on to talk about now, is that the poll was undertaken before the pandemic. So the polling completed in December 2019. And so we've got a really valuable baseline for how the world felt about and experienced a whole range of risks in our old normal. As we follow up the survey with another survey this year, and then in 2 years' time and 2 years after that, that will give us a really important frame of reference with which to look at our experiences of COVID. So this slide now with the world map on it demonstrates the people's responses to one of the first questions that we asked in the poll: how safe do you feel now compared with 5 years ago? And generally, we found that people felt about as safe or safer in 2019 than they did in 2014. So 36% of the world felt safer, 25% less safe, and another 36% said they felt as safe. The reason for highlighting this as a map is that you can then see with the shading the countries where people felt less safe in 2019. And you can see that the shading of the map then mirrors our understanding of, for example, social and economic vulnerability, with Lebanon, Hong Kong and Afghanistan at the top in the darker colour. We know from our analysis that feelings of safety were associated with people's perception of the economy, excuse me, and law enforcement. And at a country level, people also were more likely to feel safe if they believed that their local job market and their living standards were getting better, and that they had confidence in their local police. The final important thing to point out from this map is that is the results from China, where only 6% of the population felt less safe in 2019 than they did in 2014. That's important because the World Risk Poll results are population weighted. And so the low proportion of people in China who felt less safe then drove the global average towards feelings of safety. So the next slide just gives a gender snapshot of the results on how safe people felt. And you can see here the greater proportion of women who felt less safe than men. If you look at the relative sizes of the bubbles in the left hand compared to the right hand column, the left hand being women, and note in particular that significantly more women in high income countries felt less safe. So on to the next slide, please. And one of the most ambitious questions that we asked in the poll was an open question about the safety risk at the top of people's minds. So if I was to say to you, what's the safety risk that you think is most likely to harm you, think about what you would say. And you can see that the most commonly cited risk at the top here, 16% of the world said risk from traffic, with crime and violence coming in second at 12%, closely followed by health-related concerns. When we ask that question again this year, we obviously expect health-related concerns to rise in light of the pandemic. What's really telling, this bar third up from the bottom, is that 19% of people said they face no risk. And that's really interesting in terms of how ready people are to deal with the risks that are present in their lives if they're not thinking about them and aware of them. And then the circled figure here, 2% of people cited work-related accidents and physical injuries as their top safety risk. And that relates to millions of people reporting that the environment in which they work poses their greatest risk to safety. And that's really relevant for our discussion today and leads us nicely on to the data about workplace safety on the poll. So the next slide, I think, is just a holding slide. We asked a range of questions about people's perception and experience of safety at work, both in general and also in relation to specific hazards. And the data gives us a really good understanding of the demographics of workers who are not being protected by current health and safety systems, or where they simply fail to exist, and offers an opportunity to improve then the safety of those communities. So the next slide looks at the first question that we asked in the workplace safety module, whether you have ever been seriously injured while working. And 19% of respondents said that they had, and that translates into nearly 600 million people across the world who've been seriously injured while working. And again, using the map, you can see that these workers disproportionately live in Africa, Asia, and in lower and middle income economies. And just to pick out this awful statistic in Sierra Leone, where 69% of workers reported serious injury at some point in their working lives. So one of the reasons that the poll is significant is that particularly low and lower middle income countries, these regions tend to track fewer statistics on occupational injury. But the World Risk Poll shows us that if you live in a low-income country, you're more than twice as likely as you are if you live in a high-income country to say that you've been seriously injured while working. And there are obviously official estimates from the ILO, computed from the limited data available, that confirm that Africa and Asia do account for the bulk of these injuries worldwide. And the final thing to highlight on this slide, more than 50% of workers in 7 countries said that they have been seriously injured at work at some point. And these countries are all in Central or Western Africa, Eastern Africa and Southern Asia, where agriculture is the largest employment sector. And so the next slide just confirms the data on risk of injury at work by profession. And you can see that if you work as in the agricultural industry, you're far more likely to be injured. 27% of people ever been seriously injured while working than many other professions. Construction and manufacturing also sees a high risk of injury, and there were several regions of the world, notably North America, Central Asia and Southern Europe, where if you worked in construction and manufacturing, you were more likely, significantly more likely to be injured than if you were working in agriculture in those professions. So the next slide, we looked at specific risks in the workplace. We asked participants in the poll who were workers about 5 common workplace risks. We asked, of course, about tripping and falling, and then also about fire, violence and harassment in the workplace, and also chemical exposure. And we asked 2 questions in relation to these risks, because we were interested to know not only whether people have experienced these risks, but also whether they think these are a source of risk to their safety while working. Because these 2 dimensions of risk, perception and experience, give us a really valuable data set that we can then use to understand how closely people's perception of risk matches the actual likelihood of harm. And then we can start to also understand the characteristics of individuals where their experience and their perception of risk may differ. And then we use that data to think about interventions that we can use to build greater resilience within those communities, and also then leading on to safety outcomes. And so I think the key takeaway for me from this slide is that perception of the top risk to safety varies by region. You can see a big difference between Eastern Africa, where 43% of people think that fire is a risk, compared to Eastern Asia, where 16% of people think that fire is a risk, and 16% operating machinery. So a really big difference in the greatest risk that people fear at work. And what's this telling us? Well, essentially that our resilience to these risks will also vary, and that therefore our action on harm in the workplace in terms of the strategies and interventions that we're using should be tailored to local needs and local contexts. There's not going to be a one-size-fits-all approach to safety at work. So on to the next slide, and something else that I found really personally quite shocking from the poll was the number of people who experienced violence and harassment in the workplace. We found that perception of risk was high in every country of the world from violence and harassment, and as this chart shows, experience was also high. And unlike many of the other risks explored in the poll, where low and middle income countries were coming off particularly poorly or experienced high levels of harm from these risks, it's actually a high income country, Australia, or two countries, Australia and New Zealand, making up that region at the top of the chart here. And the other thing to mention about Australia and New Zealand is that there's a huge gender issue here in relation to violence and harassment at work, with 24% of workers experiencing this issue if they're female, compared with 11% of men. Now, we're following up on this issue in our 2021 poll because we think it's a major issue, because we know that there's a strong link between experience of issues like violence and harassment in the workplace with the safety culture and safety climate that's going to be in place, and how safe people feel. And there's clearly a need for global action on this issue. So on to the next slide, please, which talks about mental health. So in many industries worldwide, physical injuries tops the health and safety agenda in workplaces. And the World Risk Poll confirms that we also need to be paying attention to the psychological health of our workers as well. This slide here shows there's a very strong relationship between injury at work and experience of mental health issues. Now, I should point out we don't know the direction of the relationship, so whether it's mental ill health that's causing a safety issue at work or the other way around, but it's clear that there is a link, and that clearly this requires further investigation and action. And essentially, a worker who's experienced one of the 5 risks that I talked about earlier is more than twice as likely to report experience of a mental health issue. And this is something that the Foundation has been doing quite a lot of work on recently, looking at psychological wellbeing, particularly in the current COVID pandemic. So before we leave the results from 2019, I've just got one last slide on data. Sorry, one last slide that I want to talk about in relation to the data, which is about safety culture. Sorry, that was the correct slide. If you can just flick over to the picture, please. Because essentially, we know that empowerment of individuals to report unsafe situations and behaviours is known to be a leading indicator of safety. And there's a link there with resilience, as organisations with a positive safety culture will be much more able to adjust to changing environments and ensure that safe work can continue. So we asked a range of questions in the poll that give an indication of safety culture, and we can then analyse this data against experience of harm to understand the link between culture and risk. So one of the questions we asked was whether employees felt that they could report safety issues without fear or punishment. And we found that 80% of workers could, with no one region falling below 60%, which suggests that there's a really sound building block for positive safety culture globally. But, of course, there's a but. The poll data also enabled us to pinpoint some countries where quite a lot of work is required. For example, with Senegal and Pakistan, only 55% and 44% of respondents, respectively, saying that they could report safety issues without fear or punishment. So we also asked workers about their freedom to report safety issues at work. And we found that in society, it's the economically vulnerable groups who are least likely to feel that they can speak up, and that they are at greatest risk of unsafe working practices. So that's all for the 2019 data. So on to the next slide, and I'm going to spend a couple of minutes, if you can just flip on to the next one too, please, looking at what comes next. So this slide just talks about our Evidence and Insight Centre and what we're aiming to do. Essentially, when we're working to make people safer, and we think that it's essential then when designing policies and interventions to help keep people safe to consider the data and evidence that exist as the foundations for decision making regarding the most appropriate interventions for different contexts. And so we think that there are 3 opportunities to use evidence and insight at different stages. Firstly, to improve the data. That might be the quality of the data or availability, or it might be the data's completeness. The second being generating insights, so synthesizing evidence to make sure that we have an understanding of where the greatest need is in terms of a safety issue, but also what works in addressing that safety issue. And then finally, application in supporting the implementation of evidence into practice. And essentially, the World Risk Poll cuts across all of these opportunities. It fills gaps in knowledge. It enables policymakers, industry and safety authorities, for example, to have more informed conversations with communities that bear risk, so their decisions can then be better informed. And that's essentially what we would like to see happen with this data. We want to see it used collaboratively to drive change. And I'd be very interested in your suggestions, either in the chat or please do follow up with me afterwards, your suggestions for how the data might be used to make that happen. And I should also say that all of the data is freely available on our website, including the demographic data as well, so you can download it and you can use it for your own research purposes. We've also got a range of country snapshots up on the internet, which indicate in a graphical display how individual countries fared in relation to some of the key questions. So you might be interested in exploring that. So then on to the next slide, please, which shows what happens next in terms of the polling. We've got 3 more cycles of polling, as I indicated, and we're about to go into the field with the 2021 questionnaire. And that questionnaire is going to repeat some of the questions that we asked in 2019. So we'll ask that question about how safe people feel and the biggest sources of risk to safety. We've got some questions about everyday risks, so about severe weather, for example, about harm from unsafe food and water, and we'll be repeating those questions again, and that helps us to put together what we call our worry and our experience index, so the extent to which people are worried about particular issues causing them harm, and then also how much they experience that particular issue. And we'll be including in that index in 2021, the question about people's experience and perception of harm from the work that they do. And the reason for that is that we won't be repeating the questions about the specific risks to safety that we asked in 2019, because we've got a module dedicated to violence and harassment at work in our 2021 poll. And we've also got, of relevance to today, a whole new module focusing on resilience. And I think the next slide goes into a little bit of detail about the resilience questions. Just have the next slide up. So the different questions that we were including, it's about 2 minutes, about 20% of the poll time that we have for 2021. We're going to be generating some really useful measures of resilience. So asking questions that measure people's personal resilience, their personal agency, and also measures of community cohesiveness, which then will be used as analytical variables against people's responses to questions around how they've experienced and how they perceive their safety when there's a disaster. So whether disaster has been experienced, whether they received a warning, and the extent to which their critical services were disrupted when that happened. And then we asked in 2019 some questions about sources of information that people use, particularly in relation to food safety. And we're asking those questions again in 2021 about disaster risk, which sources of information are used and which are trusted. We get a really good picture then of the different way in which communities and individuals with different demographics respond to that information and who they trust. So then on to the next slide, please, which is all I wanted to say, actually. So actually, no, sorry, there was one final thing, just looking at my notes, that I wanted to just encourage you to think about the kind of questions that you might like to ask in a poll of this nature. We haven't decided the focus of the questions for 2023 and 2025 yet. And so if you think that there's data that could be collected that would make a real difference to people's lives in terms of them being able to design safety interventions, then we'd be very interested to hear from you. So please do let me know. The link here on this slide takes you through to the World Risk Poll report, and the website is, like I said, you can download the data, and my email address is there if you want to follow up. But very happy to take any questions from the audience today. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Cumbers. The floor is now open for questions. Now you can use the Q&A options to send questions for the speaker. I have a couple of questions. Trevor Butler, reading the question, do you have any sense of the honesty of the poll results, particularly in areas perceived to have less open and less transparent societies?
Yes, that's a good question. I mean, no, we don't have any indication of honesty, but at the end of the day, there's no follow-up after Gallup have visited. There's no, there's no reporting to government, etc. These are individuals who just freely give the information. So in a way, they don't have anything to lose. I know that in some cultures it may not feel that way, but I think it's clear from the poll results that there are major issues globally in relation to these risks. So I suppose it gives the indication that actually if people aren't being open, there's an even bigger issue than the poll reports.
Another question, also from Trevor Butler. Where does the fishing industry fit in the categories of work in this poll?
So Gallup use a particular set of a particular categorization when asking about the work that people do, and fishing and agriculture is classed together. And so when asking the question, whether somebody works or not, they then be asked to identify with a particular industry and are categorized in a particular way. So, I can follow up with further information about that categorization, but essentially fishing fits in with agriculture.
Another question from Muhammad Nasif. The question is how harassment and violence was measured, because it may differ between countries. Some countries may consider certain incidents as harassment and violence, but may not be the case in other regions or countries?
Yeah, we don't define violence and harassment. It's left to the perception of the individual. So you're right, there may be some cultural, some country specifics and regional differences in the way those questions are interpreted. And we do need to take that into account when we're thinking about the results of the poll. But again, the indication that, pretty much every country in the world, you had, I think the average was 12% of people experiencing violence and harassment in the workplace. It's clear that this is a major global issue.
Question, not sure how relevant this is, but just I will ask, is Lloyd's Insurance part of Lloyd's Register Foundation?
No, it's not. No, so the foundation owns Lloyd's Register Group, which I described at the start, but insurance is not part of our activities.
Another question from Mr. Srinivas Shivaraman. Is it possible from this form of data analysis to provide a global framework in the future to address the accident and risk issues in industries specific to post-pandemic scenario? And if so, how to handle the uncertainties in the data?
I think that, just generally, it's a very useful data set that can be used to understand, for example, leading indicators of safety. Some of the questions that we asked about people's ability to report concerns in the workplace, responsibility for safety, I think can be generally applicable.
Thanks again, Dr. Kambers. We don't have any more questions from the participants. If we get more questions, maybe I'll just try to connect with you to reach for any answers or to reach back to the participants regarding their query. And thanks again for joining us.
Thank you very much.
With this, we end our sessions on individual talk. So next is our panel discussion. This session will be facilitated by Mr. James Pomeroy. Mr. Pomeroy is the Group HSES Director for Lloyd's Register, responsible for advocating and delivering high standards through leadership and best practice in health, safety, environment, and security management across LR's global operations. With 25 years of experience, Mr. Pomeroy has extensive experience in designing and implementing successful behavior change within organizations and embracing a positive approach. He is known for his insights into strategic directions that improve effectiveness and outcomes. People and culture change has been a consistent theme in Mr. Pomeroy's career. Our panelists today are Dr. Sarah Kambers, Dr. S.P. Garg, Dr. Stuart Behe, and Dr. Y. Liu. So I would now ask Dr. Pomeroy to facilitate this session.
Thank you very much, and welcome to everybody for a really rich discussion where we explore the impact of the pandemic in terms of risk management. We have an esteemed panel, as we heard a moment ago, so we'll come to them in a moment and hear their thoughts and get their reflections. The focus of the discussion is on how the pandemic has changed risk management, how we've responded in terms of risk management, and what lessons we can draw, what went well, and perhaps what we need to improve. Amongst our panel, we have a wide body of expertise in fire engineering, process safety management, evidential-based safety. So a lot of knowledge to be able to discuss. So let's start now. I shall provide some brief scene setting, and then we'll then draw on some of the panel's expertise in terms of their thoughts and reflections from what they have learned and they've thought, and perhaps what they think may have changed as a consequence of our thoughts about risk management. So we've had some introductions from our panel, so we'll come to them in a moment. So let's just think a bit, if we could, and provide some scene setting first and foremost. The pandemic has been described as a dry run, a rehearsal for some of the other changes that we're going to experience over the coming decades. Climate adaptation is one of them. We often hear this acronym, VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, to describe the type of risk scenarios that we're about to experience, where risk and safety issues become less predictable, and we have more impact from external risks, things that are not necessarily within a traditional process safety or personal safety issue. So let me give some scene setting first and foremost, and then we'll perhaps have some thoughts from the panel in terms of what they think may have worked well, and equally things that they think may have changed. So I think first and foremost, when we think about the pandemic, some of the phrases we've heard a lot are things like agility and adaptability. It was many years ago that Darwin introduced the idea of adaptation, saying that it wasn't the fittest or the smartest that survived, it was those that were able to adapt. And we've certainly seen that in the world of work. The ability to adapt and to respond, to be agile, as we call it in the commercial sense, has been really powerful. And we can each think of organizations in academia or perhaps in the commercial world who have thrived within the past 12 months. We can also think about those with business models or methods of operating where they haven't done so well, perhaps because they've been rigid in their institutions, perhaps because their systems haven't been able to adapt. So I think the first thing that we can draw upon is the concept of agility and adaptability. Now that is particularly interesting, I think, for the discussion we're about to have, because safety and risk, whether it's related to people-related risk or process safety management, has always been based on the concept of prediction and planning. But we're now into a world where it's very difficult for us to be able to predict and plan, because many of the risks that we're experiencing are uncertain, difficult to predict. So how do we actually manage process and people related issues, particularly some of the issues that Sarah talked about earlier, where they are less objective, they're more subjective for people's views? How do we our ability to deal with them, particularly when we have systems and thinking and models around safety and risk that are based on prediction, planning, and forecasting? The second thing that we may well come on with our discussion is this term resilience. I heard it a lot with Sarah's discussion a moment ago, and it's certainly a theme within the World Risk Poll, this concept of resilience. If there was a word that could summarize success or failure last year, it was certainly resilience. And we can think about resilience both in terms of our own individual resilience, our teams and organization resilience, and of course, for the topic of this conference, process. How strong is the infrastructure, our systems, and our processes? How resilient is it to deal with the types of shocks and risks that we're going to experience now? So resilience is particularly important. And the thing that I would highlight when we think about resilience is we have built infrastructure and systems that are based on efficiency. They're based on the concept of just in time, where efficiency has reigned true for the past 2 to 3 decades. But there's many thoughts now that we're now into a world where we need to think about resilience and how do we build in better safety margins within our processes, within our organizations, and within our people. And I think third and finally is the issue of health. The phrase, the health of the business is the balance sheet. We've heard a lot for the past 2 to 3 decades. But if we've learned anything over the past year, it is that the health of our organizations is totally and utterly correlated with the health of our people. And health has always been relatively small in comparison to safety, the safety of our systems and the safety of our people. But maybe we need to think that. Maybe we need to change our approach and think differently. So those are the 3 things that I think are particularly pertinent and I think may frame our discussion. But with that said, let's turn to some of the panel now and to introduce themselves. So, Dr. S.P. Garg, would you like to introduce yourself and perhaps give your reflections in terms of what you think the lessons that we can take from the past 12 months in terms of process or people safety and its impact for risk management?
Certainly. Thank you so much for the opportunity. To introduce myself, I am Dr. S.P. Garg, right now advising GAIL India Limited on HSE matters. I worked for 36 years in oil and gas industry in India. Out of that, 6 years it was an upstream company and 30 years a downstream and a midstream company called GAIL. GAIL is a more than $10 billion company, which in my initial presentation, of course, I showed a few slides about GAIL. We have 6 LPG recovery plants and gas processing plants, one large gas-based petrochemical plant. We are into pipelines as well. We have more than 12,000 kilometers of natural gas pipeline network and more than 2,000 kilometers of LPG pipeline network. This is the main business portfolio of GAIL. Now, having worked in upstream, downstream companies in oil and gas sector, although this sector is one of that sector which is more organized as compared to some of the other sectors. Here the safety standards are also very high as compared to when I see some of the other sectors. In India, we have in fact 2 regulators, I would say, in our sector. One is called Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board, and another is Oil Industry Safety Directorate, which is a technical arm of Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. So they write many regulations on various activities, operation, maintenance, including safety activities, the PNGRB. And the OISD writes all the safety related standards. There are more than 100 standards which are written by the industry experts themselves. OISD just coordinates. Now, with this brief introduction, I would say that, as you rightly mentioned, Mr. Pomeroy has rightly mentioned, last 12 years have been very eventful. 12 months have been very eventful for all the major industries, and we saw in India post-lockdown the spate of incidents which happened, mostly because of not following many protocols, many safety rules, regulations which were already in existence, but probably because of the hurry in opening up, hurry in reaching the normal production levels, some of these rules, regulations were bypassed. Because of that, many incidents took place, which I spoke at length during my presentation early morning. Now, when you talk about some of the takeaways during the COVID-19 period, the one is more of remote operation. The industries have to invest more into making their operations through remote. Digitalization of the processes, digitalization of not only operation maintenance processes, but also the safety processes. I strongly believe that all the safety processes must be digitalized at par with other operation maintenance processes. Then we should, we should be having more focus on engaging the communities around us, because there have been many incidents where communities were unaware of the risk and hazards. So although these practices are there, but at many of times it has been found that the communities are actually the type of inputs they are required to be given, and their involvement in conducting various mock drills, their involvement in making them aware of the hazards and risks are not adequate. So I think that needs to be done. This has been taught to us during this period. And we should also believe in collaborative working, because during these times we notice that the normal system doesn't work. Even the site doesn't get a support because of physical restrictions from the corporate office, from other supply chain agencies. So they have to almost work on their own. So you have to believe, you have to make collaborative working more efficient and more stronger. So these are some of the takeaways I believe for this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garg. I think the idea about remote operation, digitalization, and more collaborative working, I think I'd certainly see those, and they're an element that we've seen with many of our clients. So let me turn to Dr. Stuart Behe now. Hopefully, Stuart, I have pronounced your surname correctly.
Yes, James, you have, and thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity of participating in this panel. We had a similar panel last October, and when we held the American O'Connor Process Safety Center International Process Safety Symposium, and we had some very interesting discussions. So much of my comment will be based on the results from that program. Basically, from my perspective, I agree 100% that the resilience is critical, adaptability is critical. You know, I was involved in the development of pandemic planning many years ago. First of all, let me just say that I have about 40 plus years experience in industry, both in North America. I'm a Canadian by birth, and in the Middle East, working on projects, large projects, as well as bringing them through to fruition. I was the senior risk engineer for the Terra project, which is, if I'm sure, familiar with anyone who is operating in working in St. John. Some very interesting, challenging issues there. I worked in the Middle East for 10 years in Qatar as well as in UAE. So I've seen a wide range of activities that, and some of them have led to some I think, good, sound life lessons for me. From a pandemic perspective, I think, you know, if you fail to plan, then you plan to fail, as a famous quote. And I think the business continuity management planning exercise that we conducted at both in energy in 2007 or 8, which we exercised basically when the 2009 A1N1 pandemic struck. And the whole idea of the business continuity management plan is not just a planning of the alternatives. It is much more detailed than that. It is drawing out of all, first of all, identifying all those activities, whether they're external, like major weather events or pandemics, or internal, like loss of a major pipeline, identifying those activities that can bring the company to its knees financially, and then identifying them, but then putting in place recovery plans that are very, very detailed. For example, the pandemic plan, you know, if you look at all the aspects of, should airports shut down? Should we have a breakout of a virus in the camp that housed folks, particularly in a company that has most of its workers on rotation? So you have those things we evaluated in detail. And I think the business continuity management planning process needs to be revisited, needs to be sort of brought back to, you know, a very significant component in the planning process. But the details have to be there. And I can give you a couple of examples of what those details may look like if we have time. But from a health perspective, I think what is really important that came out from Dr. Malik in our October symposium is that we have to develop and monitor leading indicators that provide an early indication or identification of a pandemic threat. And if we do that well, then we can exercise our business continuity management planning process and hopefully stay ahead of the overall scenario. Another aspect that was really that came out is communication. We communicate, but we don't communicate as well as we perhaps should. The pandemic has given us an opportunity for senior management to engage on a really meaningful basis with all employees, not only employees, their staff on a regular basis, with local elected officials, with everybody involved in the process, to separate fact from fiction, and to make sure that everyone knows what the company is doing, not what the media or anyone else is saying about the pandemic, and to avoid the tendency, as we might have done in some places, to declare victory when victory is not even in sight. We have to maintain the diligence. And when it comes to operations, the diligence of making sure that your rules and regulations with respect to testing, with respect to monitoring folks in the plant is critical. And violations need to be dealt with harshly, because should there be a spread within a plant that is now deemed essential services and cannot really shut down, then I think that's really an important factor. So those are some of my thoughts. I've, as I say, in my 40 years of experience from Western Canada to Petro-Canada and East Coast operations, I think there's a lot of good things happening. Companies try to do the right thing. Companies who are based on the integrity of their principles and character will always try to do the right thing. And I have a great deal of faith that coming out of this pandemic, there's a lot of lessons learned, from training requirements, detailed training requirements, competency-based training requirements, and then there will be some adjustments. Out of every upset comes the opportunity. And I think we'll see some great opportunities coming out of this pandemic, and hopefully for the next one, and there will be a next one, we will be much better positioned to stay ahead of that curve and to do the things that will allow us to survive. And that relates to resiliency and training and adaptability and whatever. So I'll stop there and pass it back to you, James.
No, thank you very much, Stuart. And I think there's some themes there that Dr. Gard mentioned earlier. He talked a lot about collaboration, and key to collaboration is communication, which is what you talked about. I think secondly, I was really intrigued by the idea, maybe we'll come back to this, about the idea of leading indicators. Dr. Gard talked about the need for digitalization and for looking at kind of things like health standards, as we have for safety standards. So the idea about how do we develop better indicators? We've got good process safety indicators, but the types of risks that we're facing now are often outside of the plant. And then I was particularly intrigued by your discussion around planning versus plan, because I think when it comes to business continuity and resilience, people get very hung up on the documentation and less about the scenarios and modeling and training people and putting them through, like you would an aircraft pilot, which is less procedural and more simulation.
I agree, for sure.
Good. Thank you very much. So Sarah, you provided a really great overview of the World Risk Poll. What do you think from the World Risk Poll when you hear about a greater focus on subjectivity and also health? Do you think that we could draw from that? What do you think process managers and those involved in process safety could take from that?
Well, I wonder, James, if I could just do a little bit of an introduction, just to talk about some of the pieces of work that the Foundation is doing in addition to the World Risk Poll. So I've been at the Foundation for about 18 months now to support the development of our strategy, which is to be evidence-led. And that, I think, is a strand that we should return to, as we go through this panel today, because I think there are some real learnings from the pandemic about how evidence is used, and I think that links into your point about agility. But essentially, the Foundation, as I mentioned in my earlier introduction, funds research, education, innovation. And so the Foundation's been thinking within the evidence and insight space about how data and evidence are used within particularly the maritime industry and also the food industry, but also more generally within occupational health and safety, and thinking about how this might be improved with an impact on safety outcomes. But the other thing I wanted to mention, just by way of introduction to set the scene, and something that hasn't been mentioned today by other panelists, is about psychological well-being in the workplace. And I think that links in very strongly with your health, reflection about health and what we've learned from the pandemic, because the Foundation's done quite a lot of work looking at the link between mental health and safety outcomes. And I think more generally as well, when you're thinking about safety margins, we need to think about how we value safety. In the sense that actually we're not just thinking about the bottom line, but actually those wider aspects of human capital of which safety is one dimension. So So I've talked about the World Risk Poll, which is our other sort of major programme. But just going back, if I may, just to that decision-making point, because for me, one of the things that the pandemic has done is actually really to bring evidence and the importance of evidence into our everyday lives. You know, and the fact that here within the UK, and I'm sure it resonates with other countries around the world, we've got politicians talking about the use of evidence to support their decision making, and actually also acknowledging that they don't have enough information at a particular point in time to make a particular decision. And I think there's a lot that we can learn, you know, whatever the field, whether it's process safety or other fields, about making sure that we're aware of evidence. We know that we understand the pipeline, we understand how it's produced and what other people are producing at that particular point in time. And then we develop models. And you know, we develop processes, but then we iterate those as new information becomes available. And within the COVID situation, we've seen that at large within the public arena, you know, politically. And as I said, I think that that's really, really important, and there's a lot that we can learn. And then the other thing I wanted to mention, Joseph, was just about sort of leading on from your intro about health, is how we can actually really harness the learning from the pandemic. To make sure that we really do build that better, because I think there's a risk that although there's been a lot of learning, that actually, you know, because we are all resilient, we will bounce back. The extent to which we bounce back to the old normal rather than a normal which is better. So that's just what I wanted to say by way of introduction.
No, that's great. And I particularly like what you were talking about with regard to evidence in public policy, because we've all had the experience over the past 12 months of realizing that science is an emerging field, and realizing and having to get confident with the element of uncertainty, because as scientists and engineers on this conference, we're all familiar with the concept of uncertainty and have to become confident in dealing with it. But it's not something that necessarily those outside of a science and engineering perspective would necessarily feel comfortable talking about. So I think that's a really interesting. I was fascinated by your thought about evidential-based decisions in risk, because we'll perhaps come back to that, because it's an area that in safety and process safety we've always struggled to get good leading indicators, and it's something that both Stuart and Dr. Gard talked about in relation to better decision making. Good. Okay, so let's turn to our final panelist, Dr. Lui, who is the Professor and Deputy Dean from the University of Petroleum from Hangdong. Perhaps you could give your perspective, if you could, Dr. Lui, in terms of your experience of the pandemic, and perhaps some of the thoughts we've talked about data and evidence, because China has really developed a world expertise in terms of using data, and that's really come to the fore in terms of the pandemic. So perhaps you could give your thoughts in terms of what you've learned over the past 12 months and your reflections on what you've heard so far.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So actually the pandemic impacts us a lot, especially at the beginning when it appeared, and also it all affects the industry. Because I'm just a professor in the university, I do not have any working experience in the industry. But personally, I think especially at the beginning, and it is clear during for example, in 2020, the last year, so the pandemic impacts the industry a lot. So just based on the CCPS, the process safety management, the 20 elements. So personally, I think just because the pandemic, the manpower shortage and also the manage of change, just because these two, and also the workforce enforcement. So the two elements, just because affects, the effective HSE system in the chemical industry. So my personal view on, on the first point, agility and adaptability, is that maybe in the future, because now the risk comes very complex and complicated. So how can we use the dynamic risk assessment way to assess the new risk? Just because the risk becomes more complex and complicated. And also, at the beginning, most plants and chemistries, they have their HSE system. Maybe we call the process safety system. But now we should establish a joint system with security and like a pandemic something. Yeah, it's a new system. That system is a new one. And also, I agree several presenters about the leading indicator, very good. But now in China, we do not have such indicators. Normally, we use lag indicators to describe, to evaluate the performance of their performances. However, the leading indicators in China is not, commonly used. And last one, my suggestion is that maybe in the future, the digitization is a very good way. Just because during the pandemic, the workforce informant, we have shortage of manpower, we can use the digitalization to solve the problem. Yeah, that's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you talked about a couple of themes that we've seen a lot within process operations. I think firstly, the fact that many operations had not really thought through the criticality of key people in the management of their processes. And we saw that happening quite a lot within industrial processes. I think this theme of digitalization that you talked about, Dr. Liu, is also key. And then I also think this idea about increased complexity. Good. Okay, so that's a really good starter. Let's turn back to Dr. Garg if we could. What would you say, Dr. Garg, worked well? What would you say actually was effective? If you were to do a lessons learned from this exercise, from your experience, what do you think would be the 2 to 3 things that you would say this has served us really well?
Yeah, the first lesson I would say that the workforce, the certain amount of, it is a saying that certain amount of stress is always good. So I found that because of this COVID pandemic and a lot of COVID protocol requirements, the employees in general, the workers in general became more conscious. They were more alert. Whenever they went to the site, they were conscious about their role. They were conscious about how to protect themselves and how to protect others, what precautions they should take during these special times. And I believe they were more productive also. Although, as other speakers mentioned, the total manpower available was less. Initially for a few months, we worked with half the manpower and without some of the specialists. The OEMs were not available to support you. So under those circumstances, you worked, but still the current manpower, the existing manpower, they had shown a lot of change in their behavior. They had shown, better adaptation to the new circumstances, as you mentioned. And that combined resilience of the individuals shown, that became strength of the whole organization or whole process plant, which has given a good result. And for example, in oil and gas industry, we have seen initial 2-3 months only, the productions were down. We were not able to go up to the rated capacity. But within 3 months or so, everything became normal. In oil and gas sector in India, we have especially seen the people started, they quickly learned how to amend their behavior, how to respond to this new situation, and they practically bounced back. They had shown great resilience. So that was great learning. At the same time, what was talked about the digitalization and the IT processes, which which were not being earlier used so frequently. So during this pandemic, we saw that maximum focus was on the IT infrastructure. The head offices, all regional offices, they were heading meetings from the manufacturing facilities through video conferencing, and even throughout the day, there were reviews happening utilizing these IT assets, which was not done earlier. I mean, sparingly it was done earlier, but the frequency had gone up like anything. So, I mean, there was, we learned that there is a requirement of further improving your IT assets, further making them more user friendly, and identify such jobs which can be done remotely, instead of going to the office. And as I mentioned before, I mean, identify those areas where remotely work can be done. So I think these are all plus points, which I thought was quite
That is
useful.
very interesting. It's a theme that we've heard a lot from organizations, where they say there has been a sense of purpose. There has been a unity, the common enemy for us to fight against, and that has created a sense of solidarity amongst the team.
True.
I also think your second point is really interesting, and it kind of leads us into the discussion on digitalization, because if I understood you correctly, you say the amount of change in IT and remote working that was able to be done perhaps would have taken longer in a normal circumstance, but you were able to do it much quicker,
Right.
which is interesting, because that takes us to a discussion around actually how do we do, what can we learn from this, and actually how can we use what we've learned through this last 12 months to then build upon some of the challenges around, as you said earlier, digitalization, and actually making it our systems better to enable predictive metrics and so on.
Yeah, true.
Good. Okay, thank you very much. So Stuart, I think back to you if we could. When you hear about what Dr. Gard has said there, and maybe some of those thoughts resonate with you about the sense of common purpose, a sense of solidarity, and this sense of being able to enact change really quickly. When you think about your experience, how do you think we can actually grasp some of those lessons to realize the challenge of some of the emerging risks that we face? So in other words, how could we summarize what we've learned to build better and to come out of this stronger?
First of all, I think what we did learn is that we are much more resilient than we gave ourselves credit for. We are much more, we have a greater ability to rise to the challenge than perhaps we thought we could. But a caution there is, when you're working in crisis mode, that gives the euphoria of getting things done, but that can only happen, that can only go on for a certain amount of time. Then you're going to get sort of burnout. And so one has to be cognizant of the fact that that's a factor out there. So we can't rely on fewer number of people doing more and more. And in the short term, for sure, the incident rates probably have gone down. In facilities that are deemed essential services, they've had to then do the full range of operations, including shutdowns, turnarounds, and then that put a huge demand on the support systems to basically allow additional staff to come online to be able to meet the requirements of the program on personnel support systems. But then there's some also other aspects we then can use, because there's challenges in travel. If I needed an expert for whatever purpose, now I can do that digitally. So I can have a remote expert with a nice digital face at the plant, and he could be in Chicago or whatever, and provide that same kind of expertise. So I think that's one thing that we really will probably take advantage of, and that I suspect there are some areas where we're on the certification side of things as well. And so if I can get immediate response to an expert. And the second thing is, from the use of other technologies like drones, when the process in company building a large facility here in Texas, we obviously recognize the need to respect the requirements of hurricanes and whatnot from a design perspective. But the use of drones allows you then to access areas without putting people at risk in terms of accessing areas. I think that's going to be an area that we will learn a lot from and be able to apply it in a much more robust manner. So I think that's an important factor. And yeah, the leading indicators is something that we've shown some interest in as well, and we hope that we'll be able to provide some support for that. Digital twins, leading indicators, virtual startup, virtual shutdown in terms of planning, in terms of making sure that you have all your bases covered before you do the execution. Some companies do that much better than others. And we in the process safety world, we talk about defense in depth. So those kinds of things allow you to do things more accurately, perhaps, and then not to put as many people at risk. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to learn if we develop and put in place the detailed plans that that exercise at the time of need. These we need to, when we have to exercise in anger, as it were, when we're faced with a pandemic, then that's not the time to do your planning. And so we need to exercise and do things extremely well so that we are really ready to manage with the resilience, with our staff capability, with our extra care and attention. That we have to recognize that there is going to be a next time. And why weren't we better planned for this time? That's a very good question. Obviously, it's something that we need to address. And in a state, I was going to say province, but in a state like Texas, where we are so well planned in terms of preparedness for hurricanes, major storms, we deal with that because it's in your face almost all the time. The problem or the concern or the issue with a pandemic is that it's not there all the time. And for industries that are not good at learning from the past, when the past happens once every 100 years, then we're even less well positioned to address it. But 0.01 in the risk world is a very high frequency. And we have to start realizing that we have to be better prepared.
Thank you. I think there's this idea of actually learning from some of the new technologies, I think, is particularly key. So let me turn to Dr. Lee, if I could, and get your thoughts in terms of how well prepared we are for these new technologies. What kind of thoughts from an academic or from a regulatory perspective, how confident are we to be able to introduce some of the technologies that Stuart talked about digital twins and IoT? What are your thoughts there in terms of our understanding of the risks and also the opportunities, of course, that this technology brings us?
Yes. So actually, the Chinese government issued several documents on how to promote, the digitalization, like you cited the big data and also machine and big data and some new tools to be used in the industry. But as I know, especially in the chemical industry, even the technology we have, but now it didn't use the popularity in the industry, just because it is not very. At the beginning of the period. But I think in the future, after many years, many tools will be researched and be used in the industry. I think it will change the way of working in the plant.
It's often said that regulation is perhaps 5 to 10 years behind technology. What are your thoughts there? Do you think the knowledge about both the regulation and the understanding of the risk is where the technology is, or do you think we will unfortunately have to have some lessons from failure before regulation catches up?
Yes, I think actually, yeah, you're right. We have some license, yes. just because during the last, I know just today, we invited, a regulator to lecture in our university. He talked about 3 hours of lectures to our graduate students. So he's speaking that during the last, 5 years, many accidents occurred in the chemical industry. However, our safety performance is become better and better. Yeah, just the first speaker, Mr. Gak, he said that especially in India, many accidents also occurred. Just because of the pandemic, many accidents also occurred. So the pandemic infects our industry. We use a new way, a new method or tool to solve the problem. However, it needs some process. I think I need some license, just because it's not under now. It didn't be used in the last. It's a new. It's a new tool, new way.
Good, thank you. I think, Sarah, turning to you then, you talked a moment ago about evidential-based insight in safety, and it's a theme through this discussion about getting better insight and data. But another theme coming through has been intangible risk, this focus on understanding mental health and psychological safety. What insights do you think either the foundation or better research can perhaps provide us to be able to deal with some of these emerging risks, about getting better understanding, getting a better insight, but also giving people confidence to understand the uncertainty that we have around us in these emerging risks?
Thank you, James. It's a topic that the Foundation is very, very interested in. I think we can think about evidence in its broadest form. You can't really define what good evidence is. You can define the best available and use the best available. And the Foundation published a report back in the autumn, led by Nottingham Trent University, which was a synthesis of the evidence between the link between psychological well-being and safety. So how well an individual feels when they present at work, and is there a connection between that and how safe they feel, but also the impact that their work actually has on their psychological well-being. And that's just one possible type of project that we can run to actually bring evidence into our thinking. And the report collated information about that link and also then helped build a model that then emphasises how that link works, looking at the interplay between the structural factors within a workplace, the interplay between that and then also psychosocial factors, so the impact it has on how an individual actually feels and how that interplay can then lead to an individual being safe or not. At the Foundation, we're also interested in different forms of evidence. So that's formal, academic reports that have been cited within journals. That then there's been a rapid evidence assessment of that and that extraction of the results to get to a model. We're taking a different approach at the moment with a project that's about to be launched, looking at how the psychological well-being of employees has been influenced by the pandemic. We know that psychological well-being in general has been influenced because of factors like lockdown, social isolation, insecurity about the economy in general, also about insecurity about an individual's position, for example. And because of the work that we did in the autumn, also very aware of the fact that actually that means there's probably going to be an impact on safety as well in the workplace. So what we're really interested in, and as I alluded to better, that we want to really cement this process of building that better. And so we're reaching out to organisations globally to find out actually how their employees have fared from a psychological perspective during the pandemic, and actually what's worked within those organisations in terms of understanding, protecting, communicating, so that we can collate that information and drive that through into the public domain, so that when organisations are thinking about post-pandemic, they're starting to embed some of those practices into their business practice going forward. And so that's just another way, or two different ways, just to emphasise that the first piece of work looking at formal academic literature, and the second very much engaging with organisations to understand their experiences and really what's worked for them. And then I think if we build up our knowledge and understanding on a broad base of evidence, that will really start to give us that confidence that you talked about, James, that we understand at the moment that there is a link, but if we can understand more about that link and the processes that lead to that, then that will give us more confidence that actually this is something that we can address in the same way that physical safety is addressed.
That's fascinating. I think, it's a theme that's come through quite a few incident reports we've seen over the past 12 months, where we've seen the process, the facility work really well, and actually its ability to respond as well. But actually, we hadn't quite considered the risk, the criticality of risk that we had within particular operators, perhaps who had licenses, certifications, and actually they weren't able to adapt, or they had other things that were occurring. And so we had perhaps had a good understanding of the tangible risks around process safety, but our psychological and people-related risks we hadn't quite quantified and understood as well. Is that a theme that you've seen through your evidence then?
Yeah, yes, it is, and I think then there's also a link here, James, with the topic throughout this this panel discussion about leading indicators.
Yeah.
But actually, our leading indicators shouldn't just be about process safety; they should be telling us about the psychological well-being of our workforce and elements that are in place that we know then influence that well-being. And we should be looking holistically at these models and indicators so that we have a much better understanding of all of the factors that are influencing safety, rather than those discrete factors that are particular to the particular processes in place within an organisation.
That's really interesting. Stuart, what do you think of that? As we talked earlier about the idea about getting better leading indicators, perhaps if I'd ask you to pick up the thoughts that Sarah outlined there about how do we get better indicators of our people, key operators, key managers, and the types of risks that could present to our processes alongside the bundle of other risks, of other indicators that we want for the criticality of our infrastructure?
First of all, let me just comment on the fact that if we're going to move to newer technologies, the digitization, the handheld tools, things that we've started to do, then we need to ensure that in order not to increase our risk profile, that we provide the detailed training and expertise to those folks in the plant who are going to be able to support that overall program. The leading indicators, I critically think that's important. We use a lot of procedures, and when you look at procedures, how can we improve procedures? Maybe there is some work going on there. We have a group at A&M through Dr. Perez who is looking at advanced procedures and improving the performance of procedures. From a health perspective, I think the World Health Organization and the large organizations that have fingers in the sort of the world sort of development of the early indicators of disease, we need to be tied into that as companies. And I think the only logical way to do that is through an industry association that has sort of an ability to stay on top of what's happening in the world from a health perspective, from a health threat perspective, and then have a vehicle to be able to provide that information to large corporations for dissemination through their overall organizations. Because a lot of cases they will start in one part of the world, and then the whole issue of preventing it from spreading to the rest of the world is critically important. When you have a multinational workforce that comes from 20, 30 different countries, that's a critical thing to address immediately. So I have no great ideas right now as to what those indicators are, but certainly the initial outbreak of any virus or any pandemic base or potentially pandemic leading to a pandemic needs to be identified at the very early stages. As emergency response tells us, the earlier we can determine a deviation from norm, whether that's an emission or whether that's whatever the case may be, the better we are at dealing with it. So similar to emergency response, leading indicators have to tell us very early in the game what the threat is, and then we should have our pandemic plan in place, as an element of our business country management plan to execute it. Now the question is, when do you trigger? So in addition to the old aspect of leading indicators, you would then have to have triggers to say when things reach a certain point, then I'm going to exercise, same as emergency response, I'm going to exercise level response 1, level response 2, level response 3. We have to know what those levels are. So the triggering of a response in phases is critically important. We can't wait till we're deep in the throes of a pandemic and then start to respond. And if we get that right, the leading indicators from our consortium telling us, look, this looks like it could be happening, and then the business country management plan, then throwing in the phase 1 execution. So we execute phase 1. So the triggers are critically important. The plan's important. The indicators, the indicators then take up on the leading indicators and then tells us what we're going to do when. And we have to be very conservative. If we err on the side of caution, then that's what we have to do. And I think one of the things that the current pandemic has told us is that we have not erred on the side of caution. We have sort of assumed the victory is in hand when in fact we know that it was not. It has to be led by science. Politicians may not be the best scientists, but I think the triggers are important too. When do I do what, and in what range of a global economy should I be doing it in?
That's great. So there's a couple of, I picked up 3 things when I listened, 3 kind of headlines there. The first, you talked about the need for consistency in indicators. It's quite interesting because when we think about process safety management, we think about sector forums that give us these guides for indicators. They've traditionally been lagging indicators. And then when we think about what you've said and what Sarah said, we may need to think about a wider basket of metrics that is standard across the sector that may encompass pandemic related issues or could encompass psychological health around sector recognized. You talked a bit about predictors and the fact we need better indicators of when these systemic risks come through. And we can think about pandemics, but we could equally think about climate change, environmental related risks. So what I'm listening on and hearing to you is saying actually the basket of indicators that we have for managing a process, we need to think about looking at intangible environmental risks that are outside of the operation to think wider. And then thirdly, you talked about the concept of prudent overreaction being, to overreact, but prudently in terms of how we respond to incidents, which I think is a theme that we're seeing when we see these second, third, hopefully not fourth waves coming through, to make sure that we don't declare, mission accomplished too early. So this concept of prudent overreaction, I think, is helpful. That's good. All right, so some good themes we're coming up with here, particularly this tangible issue about actually thinking better about metrics. Dr. Garg, what do you think about the concept of metrics in the operations that you've been involved in your career and are involved in now with Gale, about whether you have the right metrics or whether we need to improve them as Stuart has gone through?
Yeah, of course, we have a lot of metrics. There is definitely need to relook at those metrics, and you need to maybe tweak certain metrics. Couple of things which I wanted to take this opportunity on this question to suggest here. One is that the pandemic should be included in the disasters. I think many of the maybe countries and many of the organizations do not include it in the disaster. Once you include it into your disaster, then automatically an entire resource gets connected to this kind of risk which we have seen recently. That is one. Number two, we should look at identifying the high risk areas within our facilities. And on priority, we should, make such arrangements that high-risk areas can be monitored better. They can be remotely monitored and seen, and they can be managed better with the remote resources. Third, we should identify the critical processes of our industries and separately, work out the risk associated with those critical processes and pay special attention to those critical risks, without needing interference from the outside world. For this, maybe we'll have to relook at our risk matrix. We'll have to redefine the ALARP levels as low as reasonably practical levels for certain risks. So in nutshell, we need to relook at our entire risk management system and include the COVID type of health emergencies into the disasters and prepare ourselves separately to deal with such kind of risk at par with the other natural hazards or the man-made hazards, as we are preparing ourselves for tackling a typhoon or tackling a cyclone or other kind of things. We are, I believe, we were not paying that much of focus, that much of attention to the medical emergencies of this kind, the pandemic type of thing. So that is the learning, and industries who want to survive, who want to, give attain best of the productivity, they need to spend their resources on preparing themselves for such pandemics, future pandemics. That's what I mean.
Good. Thank you very much. I think the idea about looking again at the resilience of the facility and our management of risk to look at risks that are outside is certainly a theme. So I think final question before we open it up to questions and answers from outside the panel. I'll turn to Dr. Lee, if I may. So what lessons would you take for what has been learnt and the experience over the past year in terms of how you think process safety management needs to improve? Dr. Garg has given us some good overview. Stuart has talked about them, and Sarah also. What do you think would need to change in terms of how we think about process safety management? I don't know. Dr. Lee, are you still there? You're back.
Thank you. Yeah. So can you see it again?
Yes, please. Yeah. So we've had some discussion about the need to look at different types of risks, particularly relating to pandemic. And I wonder, when you reflect on what you've seen and experienced over the past year, perhaps your students and speakers that have come into the university, what do you think that we need to do differently in terms of process safety management when we think about the lessons of the pandemic for future types of risks, whether they're related to health or other related risks?
Yeah. So actually, I think that it is just for me and for our students, and also even for the industry people, now a pandemic now I mean affect very little, very little. I mean, from the risk level. Yeah. Normally we just monitor the performance based on the traditional risk level. Traditional risk, just like the process safety and the risk. But now the pandemic, we do not have such kind of model, and also how to evaluate assessment. Yeah, that is the I mean the truth now. Yeah, but I think the future, just because the pandemic in China is not so serious now. Yeah, but many researchers, I think they are doing some kind of research. But now I just I mean in the process safety area. Yeah, but I think for the health scientists, academia, people, they are doing some kind of research. Yeah.
And would you think there are lessons from the pandemic that we need to look at other risks, not so much health risks? Do you think that we need to look again at our approach to process safety management? Or do you think the pandemic has taught us plenty?
Yes, yes, I agree. Yeah, I mean, at the beginning, I said that in the future, I think the risk is a hybrid risk. I mean, process safety and also occupational safety, and also the pandemic and health is a hybrid system. In the future, we should think about how that kind of things, I mean, rare events, how to affect our risk.
Good. Thank you very much. I think it's certainly been a dry run, a rehearsal, as we say, for other emerging related risks. So before we turn to some of the questions that we've had come in from colleagues around the world, I'll just summarize some of the things that we've said so far. So the need for better indicators has come through very clearly, a need for better prediction, a need for us to think differently about the nature of risk, perhaps looking at less of the physical process related risk to look at the people who manage that risk, and the risks and issues that they face is certainly an issue. We talked about the need to actually build on this in terms of some of the strengths coming through it. So that was a theme coming through as well. And then a big element was around digitalization and the need to actually digitalize and enable remote technology, perhaps digital twins, remote switch on, and other methods of operating the plant. So some really good themes. So thank you, everybody. Let's turn to some of the questions that we've had come through. So just looking at the question from James Groves, just looking at his question. Do we have a measuring tool to identify the multitude of COVID preparedness information being reciprocated and absorbed? So panel, your thoughts on, do we have an ability to actually measure COVID related or perhaps pandemic risks? I think, Stuart, you talked about that. Perhaps we'll start with your thoughts on that.
Well, I think, I'm not sure that we have a metric, but certainly we need to identify from our industry groups what others have done and collect that information. What are the best practices that have happened during this pandemic? What have we learned? And when you get into the requirement of having to do shutdowns during a pandemic, how was that managed? And so we need to gather all the details of what worked well, which is our best practices, and then make those available to others to be able to then add to it. So, and that's not big data per se, but it's best practices, which I think is critically important as we go along and as we go forward. Because if I've got a business continuity management plan that can be enhanced by virtue of someone else's lessons learned or best practices, then I want to incorporate that. So maybe I would suggest that there may be an industry-wide, or maybe a whole industry-wide, worldwide, but an industry sector forum to bring these best practices together. It's going to lead to a lot of information, but I think we need to collectively put our heads and thoughts together and come up with a plan of attack to develop comprehensive and sort of coordinated business country management plans so that we're all on the same page. And again, it'll then lead to leading indicators. We all should be talking about the same leading indicators. And then what are the series of triggers that we need to go through in different regions, depends on where the outbreak may be, in order to cohesively manage the next pandemic in a much more integrated and a much more comprehensive way.
Good, thank you. Dr. Garb, what are your thoughts about the question that James has asked? I'll just repeat it. He said, do we have a way of measuring, a measuring tool to identify the multitude of COVID preparedness information? Because we're all, I think, got lots and lots of information coming at us. And we turn on the news every day and get information on the rate of infections, unfortunately, the rate of deaths, the rate of hospitals. I wonder what your thoughts are when we think about a metric for preparedness, how ready we are to be able to deal with that.
In fact, in India, a couple of apps were produced very fast. One of them is called Arogya Setu, and another one is CoWin. Now, Government of India launched this app, and it was told to every citizen that you must have this app. Now, Arogya Setu app is such that it gives you information about COVID affected people. Within a say radius of half a kilometer, how many are affected? How many are, you came with how many, contact with how many people, and how many were actually affected. Similar way, 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers. So it gives, I think, about up to 5 kilometer range. It gives you pre-intimation. And it also, when you go and meet somebody, you set up a meeting with somebody, it will give you pre-alarm that whether that man had COVID or not. So it gives you quite a good of information. Then it gives you information about COVID numbers in particular cities, in particular province. And also it tells you what precautions to be taken during COVID-19, how to maintain social distance, and all those things it gives you. It also tells you, suppose you had a couple of meetings and you didn't know that somebody was already infected. So after you come back, it informs you that within so and so period, you had met some gentleman who had infection. So this kind of apps are available and they are quite handy. Second was CoWin. This was about the vaccine related. So for vaccination, it provides you complete information, what type of vaccine it is, where it can be vaccinated, what time slot you want to allot, and all those things. So I think further, based on these apps, some more advanced apps could be developed in times to come, because pandemic is still on. It is, in fact, in India, we are seeing the next wave probably taking shape. Last 1 month, we had a lot of spurt in this COVID numbers, in especially few states like Maharashtra, Kerala, and other states where the numbers have gone up again. So there is certainly need of such enablers which can help common individual to save themselves from this pandemic.
Thank you. Sarah, turning to you, I'm struck when I read James's question, when he talks about do we have a way of measuring to identify the multitude of COVID preparedness. I'm reminded that nearly a year and a half ago, the World Health Organization said the two best prepared countries in the world for a pandemic were the UK and the US, which is, I think, which raises a wry smile, I think,
Yes.
when we think about how we've responded.
Or don't try glass.
Yes, yes. So, Sarah, you've spent a career in evidential-based practice, and you have a background in medicine. What do you think about the idea, or even the ability to develop some form of metric around either in organizations or in individuals' preparedness? But perhaps if we approach it from an organization's perspective, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, really, I think my thoughts, and I've been mulling on this as the panel's been discussing, what is resilience? It's the ability to absorb, to respond to shock. But should we actually be specific about what we are wanting to be resilient against? Because, God forbid, there is another pandemic, but it may bear similarities to the current pandemic, but there will be differences. We will be starting from a different position because the world has changed and won't go back to the old normal completely. So your starting point has changed. So to me, resilience from an organizational perspective is much more about thinking about the processes that are in place to actually respond to the unpredicted, respond to the shock that hasn't been picked up, in a risk register, and you don't process for it. And it's about making sure that that you know which processes you're going to fall back on when you don't know what to do. And to me, that's really the definition of resilience. So I'm not sure that actually having some sort of metric, that some sort of pandemic early warning system would necessarily be helpful from a business perspective. It may for some things, but actually my feeling is actually it's more about looking at the organizational functionality that you have for responding for that shock when it comes, regardless of what the shock actually is. And I think if you go back to our discussion about leading indicators of safety, you could probably think about what a leading indicator would be of being a resilient organization that then leads to safety, in the same way that you can think about leading indicators for the psychological well-being of your workforce. These are things that can be defined, and then you could, it would be an interesting research project to actually measure the extent to which those factors are in place within organizations that have responded well to the pandemic. So just going back to your example, James, about the WHO, they couldn't actually foresee, yes, they said the UK and the US were well prepared. Well, little did they know. And actually, for the UK, it was actually the breakdown of the PPP supply chain that caused, and certain decisions that were made, not to get political about it, at the start of the pandemic about when to go into lockdown. So there were many cultural factors that came into play as well there. So I think that's just a lesson in the fact that actually you can think you're well prepared, but it just very much depends on the exact nature of the shock. So it's about having that process in place.
That's interesting. So would I be fair in summarizing to say be careful of what you measure, because it could give you a full sense of security?
Absolutely.
Yeah, good.
Okay. Just if I may, James,
please.
The triggers, and I think what Sarah mentioned is critically important. What out of the preparedness, what are you going to take as the triggers to start a response? And if the triggers aren't, same as emergency response, aren't acted on soon enough, then you're going to obviously not get the result that you wanted to get. So the triggers, even ordering the vaccines, ordering the whatever, there's lots of triggers like that. If I have a country of 35 million people, then I should have presumably 75 million doses. I mean, that kind of thought process. But what are the triggers? I mean, when are we going to say we have to lock down? When are we going to say, because we've locked down here in Texas several times, then we've opened up when logic would dictate that that may not be the best thing to do from the health perspective. So, then you have triggers, then you say what's going to be dominant? Is it the health of the individuals? Is the economy? And some of these leading indicators and the resilience has to reflect the range of things that are at. You have an economy, you have the health of people, you have travel, you have lots at play. So we cover all those bases.
Oh, good. Thank you very much. I think you're right. We need some metrics. So let's turn to Dr. Lay again. Let's move the conversation on to just two final subjects that have come up in the conversation, in the questions coming through. So we've talked a lot about pandemics. We've also talked a bit about digital. In terms of cybersecurity, what do you think needs to change in relation to the emerging technologies and the exposure for process safety from cyber, from a Chinese perspective, in terms of the students that you have there? What guidance are you giving either to regulators, what teaching, or what type of research is happening to look at the type of cyber related risks that you have on a process safety there?
Actually, sorry, for me, I'm not familiar with this area, but now we are doing a project towards, a security area. That means that for the chemical plant, in order to protect the chemical plant, how to defend other, just like a terrorist attack. That is security area. Yeah, in that area, maybe in our research, we didn't cover the cyber security. Yeah, we just care about we want to establish a framework like 9/11, like in US. We want to establish a same kind of framework how to protect our chemical plant. But for cyber security, I'm not familiar with this area, but I read a lot of papers who do a lot of research about the cyber security. They are also used in the chemical plant to to protect the data security.
Okay, thank you very much. Well,
Yeah.
let's continue the same question then to Dr. Garg. From your perspective, when you think about these emerging risks, and we've had some discussion about remote working and the ability to operate the plant remotely, Dr. Garg, what do you think about this element of cyber risk and what we need to do differently to protect ourselves from that risk?
Yes, I agree. Cyber risk is increasing day by day, and we had to strengthen our IT infrastructure in such a way that the outside cyber attacks do not happen with our system. Like in our case, we have a full standby system at a different location. I mean, the central hub is the IT central hub is at one location, and the repeat server or the what do you call standby system is available at a far off location. So that is primarily to take care of this kind of cyber attacks which could happen and damage your system. Of course, the normal IT protocols are there for maintaining the sanctity of your company's IT assets, which cannot be included from outside. So this area, of course, I'm not the expert, but day to day, more attention is being paid to this area, and more and more specialists are being hired to prevent cyber attacks. I think it's a important area.
Okay, Stuart, there was a.
Sorry.
Yes, please.
Can I just come in for a moment?
Yeah.
I'm not an expert in this area either, but we have experts that the foundation has been working with in this area. And in fact, in the autumn last year, we launched one of our foresight reviews, which brings together experts in the area looking at exactly this topic and resilience in relation to cyber. And essentially, I mean, as I was saying earlier on about my perspective on resilience, the foresight review recommends the assumption of failure. And the assumption of insider threat and the assumption that there's potential for systemic risk and failure. So, I mean, my argument on this, James, is that probably it's not all that different thinking about other forms of risk as well. But I just want to encourage attendees to the event today, if you're interested in that, do Google Lloyd's Register Foundation and Cyber Foresight Review, and you can find a lot more information in there from the experts. Thank you, James.
No, thank you. And I think just on that note, Stuart, there was a story that went viral about a month or so ago about some water treatment down in Florida where someone had managed to get into start functioning the system from a cyber attack. So same kind of question to you. What type of things do you think we need to do different to look at another emerging risk related to another type of virus, this time a cyber?
Well, I must admit, I'm not an expert in that area. Certainly have experts in our facilities, but just like in anything else, we have to recognize the threat. Then we have to do some risk assessments and planning to identify what we can or cannot do with that. How do we identify it? The early identification, the whole issue of being prepared has got to focus around the risk assessment of which is the possibility of someone doing a range of things that could influence not only water quality and things of that nature, but also the planning process for severe upset conditions, such as the deep freeze we had here in Texas a couple of weeks ago, which we clearly did not manage as well as we could. So those are additional threats. I mean, yes, the cybersecurity is an important area, but I'm not an expert in that area, but I do believe it's an extension of the work we do in developing detailed risk assessments and then plans to identify the threat alternatives and then put in place measures to address those threats and keep them to the rate that's as low as reasonably practicable.
Good. Okay. Thank you very much. So some good questions coming through now, some of which we've managed to answer in terms of risk assessment. I think turning back to yourself, Dr. Garg, what do you think we need to do differently in terms of resilience? We've heard a lot about the need for greater resilience in our facilities, but one thing that struck me when we've gone through this over the past year, and Sarah talked about it a moment ago when she mentioned PPE, but we've heard it also with feedstock supply. We've now heard it with chip production. And I wonder whether we need to think differently about the concept of resilience, both in terms of the plant and then maybe in terms of the supply chain. So, Dr. Garg, do you think there are things that we need to change in terms of our understanding of resilience from a production design or operation perspective?
Yeah, I think if you are a company which operates multiple facilities, then the lesson learned here is that more independence needs to be given to individual units. Individual manufacturing plant should be, having sufficient resources without any dependence on other plants or say headquarters or the outside agencies. More and more capabilities need to be built within the manufacturing facility itself, and they are to be made independent so that they can develop more resilience within themselves. The outside factors, the dependence on outside factors should get reduced. They should have manpower which is available from nearby localities. They should have experts who can provide the services from the nearby areas. Similarly, they should have better storage facilities to so that the supply chain doesn't affect them. So accordingly, you need to sit through all these requirements and replan your storages. You have to replan your cycle of say purchase and repurchase. What are the levels you need to again rethink? What should be the minimum level of stock you need to maintain? So those kind of thoughts need to come into replanning so that you have better resilience. With individual plant or individual manufacturing facility works as a dedicated company sort of structure.
Okay, thank you very much. I think, Stuart, if I may turn to you, we've had a question come through from Brian, and what Brian is asking is a question related to remote working. And in essence, what he's saying is, with having fewer people and more dependency on those people, how does that change the risk profile of the operation of the plant? What are your thoughts there in terms of things we may need to do differently?
Well, having fewer people on the surface would imply that you're going to increase the overall risk profile. However, the fewer people have to be provided with the updated tools, the more effective and efficient tools, such as the handheld devices, so I can go to an external expert without the need to travel. The use of drones to do some inspections, the digitization tools that would help in inspection. So it would be an issue if we didn't provide additional support by way of advanced tools. So with those advanced tools, I think we should be able to manage our facilities within the same risk profile, as long as we are diligent in the training of our staff to deal with and manage and have those tools effectively in place. So I think from that perspective, we should not suffer in terms of increased risk profile.
Okay, good, thank you. Dr. Garg, do you have anything to add in that in terms of increased remote operation and the fact that there's more reliance on fewer people?
Nothing new. I think, as I said before, we will have to identify high-risk areas within our operations and try to see that at least those areas are remotely monitored. And as far as the competency of the fewer people is concerned, naturally they need to be given better training, and their capabilities have to be strengthened further. so that they find themselves into a position where they can deliver better, even with less manpower, less resources available to them.
Okay.
If I might add, James, I think from a training perspective, what we have found in the last high-end training programs we've done is we've suggested and we've had good success with a competency-based training program, whereby the individuals are assessed on the materials and the use of, in this case, the tools. I think that's critically important. So with good training programs, with testing up to the competency level of the individuals, and then making sure that everyone has the same level of ability to use the new technologies, new tools, and train as many people as reasonable.
Good. Thank you very much, Stuart. So I think I'll turn to Dr. Liu for one of the final questions. So Dr. Liu, one of the questions come up, which is, should the academic community, universities, research centres develop modules and hazard risk assessment tools that could be tailored to the different industries and entities, or should it be left to industries to do it themselves? I wonder what your thoughts are there.
And personally, I think it is necessary. But now, I mean, the technology and now the knowledge, and also, I mean, the framework has not been established. We need some time to be tailored to our students. Actually, even I mean, I just want to see the knowledge is not very well funded. So we need some time, but it is necessary anyway.
Good, thank you very much. I don't know if any of the other panel members have any thoughts before we conclude with some closing summary.
Just another comment on that final question, James, just to encourage consideration of partnership between industry and academia rather than one or the other, because that's where you're really going to get the benefits of both worlds, rather than thinking it's necessarily the responsibility of either the academic or industry, but to ensure that's done in partnership and collaboration.
Very valid
Just
point.
to comment on that, if I might. We here at the Centre have established over a number of years ago a steering committee that brings members from industry, different industry sectors, to the Centre on a regular basis through our steering committee, or technical advisory committee, and that interaction with our academic, we're both here in College Station and in Qatar, in Doha, where we have a similar program, that is really instrumental in providing a very enriched environment to our students, to identifying research areas that might be cooperatively pursued. So I would suggest that model, the steering committee actively, we're now meeting once a month for an hour and a half. We usually meet 6-7 times a year. You know, that interaction enhances the learning experience. Our students talk to industry folks all the time, and we champion our students at our meetings. They give the presentations, they give the safety moment, they give the updates on research, they give the case study. So it's our mandate to show our key resource, which is our students, and then to invite industry to provide their expertise. So that's a model that I think would work in all industry sectors. And academia. Yeah.
Thank you, Stuart. So let me conclude, and thank you very much for the panel and for the questions. I apologise if we weren't able to get to your questions this afternoon. I'd like to thank the panel for sharing their thoughts and insight. We've covered a lot of topics. We've covered the issue of digitalisation, spent a fair bit of time talking about metrics and the need to get better, both global metrics, but also the idea about actually extending the scope of our metrics to cover psychological related risks, not just process related risks, and look at things such as mental health. We had some discussion around cyber and what lessons we can draw from a different type of risk, an emerging risk. And then lots of discussion related to digital, and how one of the things that we need to take from the pandemic is the need for more remote operations and digitalization. So lots of lessons there, lots of reflections, and we've a wide range of topics that we've covered. So thank you very much for everybody who contributed, and particularly thank you to the panel for sharing their thoughts and insights. Many of them it's late, so I will thank you all for staying up late, and I will hand back now to our team at the university.
Thank you, James, for doing a great job as a moderator. It really helps when you have a good coordination from the moderator. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you, James.
Thank you.
It was a wonderful experience. I also want to thank Dr. Faisal Khan and Dr. JP Gupta for bringing me here. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
And from me too. Thank you, James, and fellow participants in the panel.
Good.
Thank
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
For facilitating the panel discussion and for providing such a lively discussion. Thanks again to our panelists, Dr. Garg, Dr. Behi, Dr. Kambars, and Dr. Liu. With this, we're at the end of this panel discussion. Also, this concludes today's symposium. So again, we thank all our panelists, all our speakers, and the moderator, Mr. Bumrah. Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us. This is Faisal, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow, those of you. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you
Hammond,
all.
for facilitating it.
Ciao. Have a good day.